Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone once again, and welcome to this second day of our subpoena hearing into issues related to malnutrition and food security/insecurity in the Eastern Cape. My name is Philile Nduli. I'm a commissioner of the South African Human Rights Commission, and I will be chairing the hearing. I am joined by the chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission, Commissioner Chris Nissen, and in terms of the protocol, I will then co-chair with him. He is on my left, and I am also joined by Commissioner Sandra Makwasha on my far left, who is also a commissioner of the South African Human Rights Commission. On my right-hand side, I am joined by Dr. Eileen Carter, who is the provincial manager of the South African Human Rights Commission in the Eastern Cape province. I would like to officially and warmly welcome the Premier of the Eastern Cape, even though it should be the Premier welcoming us, but we welcome you, Honorable Premier. Thank you very much for honoring our subpoena notice. We very much welcome you, and we are also very much pleased to see that you adhered to the time that we had requested you to be here. We also welcome your team, which you will introduce when the appropriate time comes. We also welcome officials from the Department of Home Affairs who have joined us this morning. I'm also aware that today we will also be hearing from the Department of the Treasury in the Eastern Cape province. Yesterday we were joined by the Department of Health, the Department of Social Development, as well as the Department of Basic Education. I also would like to welcome those who are joining us online from across the length and the breadth of South Africa, who also have an interest in this very critical topic. The subpoena hearing follows the Commission's provincial inquiry into the right to food and child malnutrition, which took place in 2022, followed by the tabling of the Commission's report to Parliament in 2023. The report highlighted structural causes, including poor interdepartmental coordination, an insufficient child support grant, a lack of early nutritional programs, particularly in ECD, early childhood development centers, as well as failing food security program. Despite very clear recommendations contained in the report, the implementation has been slow, it has been fragmented, and it has been inadequate. In some instances, there has either been no response, or the submitted responses are clearly not sufficient. It is for this reason that we have resolved or resorted to subpoena the departments that we have subpoenaed for these hearings in line with Section 15 of the South African Human Rights Act, in order to attempt to find the necessary redress for this crisis of child malnutrition. Before then I proceed, I would like to hand over to the chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission to offer some opening remarks, to also welcome you to this hearing, and thereafter we will begin the formalities of swearing in the witnesses and beginning our hearing. Before I hand over to the chairperson, I take it that we are all aware that in a setting of this nature, we must respect the speaker. Only one person speaks at a time. Honorable Premier, If someone wishes to speak, they can then maybe write a note. And if they wish to speak to all of us, they can raise their hand and we will duly note them, just so that the speaker on the floor is not disturbed by others whispering to each other. Our devices should be switched off, and when it is necessary, please kindly put them on silent or vibrate so that they do not disturb our proceedings. With that, I'd like to once again welcome you, and I will hand over to the chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, and good morning, Honourable Premier. And may I just say, in the welcoming to you and your team, and the DG and of Home Affairs, and the DDG, and the Provincial Manager of Home Affairs, and all the other officials here this morning, on behalf of the South African Human Rights Commission, of course, you know, ideally, we need to build a relationship where we can work together, and I want to thank you, Premier, that has always been, from my side, when I was always working with you, that we could have an open line so that we can deal with the issues of concern, so that we don't have to find ourselves in circumstances like this. But because of what Commissioner Ntuli said around the non-implementation of the 2022 report, the office under the leadership of Dr. Carter has felt it important with the team to then say, let us have the subpoena hearing so that we can engage each other on that report and also look at the issues. You will recall also that not so long ago, and I think that also propelled us to have this issue about malnutrition and children in particular. You'll recall there was a woman that killed the children because of poverty, and we've seen these things happening on a basis where we've seen poverty is very rife in our country, and that's why we have this hearing now to see how do we take that report of 2022 forward, and how do we implement it, and how do we have a coordinated intergovernmental department implementation program of our report. So on behalf of the Commission, thank you so much, Premier, that you have made time for us, and I know I can also speak of your predecessors that have always been making time for the Commission. So we've got a history of, you know, your office, the Premier's office in this Eastern Cape, making time to engage the Commission. So thank you for that. And so with those words, to my fellow commissioners, Commissioner Makwasha, Commissioner Chair of this meeting, Commissioner Ntuli, and then the PM, Provincial Manager of Dr. Carter, and then for the team of the Eastern Cape of the Human Rights Commission. I want to thank them for the work that they've been doing. One of the issues that I probably would raise with you after this meeting, Premier, is that between the many issues, but between Cradock and Middelburg, there's a group of people that sit on the road since 1990. They are the sheep shearers, and they are the fence makers, and says they've been sitting there without water and sanitation, and they're taking water from Transnet along the railway line. And we've been engaging with the municipality in the area, but certainly, you know, it is not right. They're sitting in plastic structures. And so that is one thing I will talk to you afterwards, Premier. But for now, welcome, and thank you for your leadership, and thank you for your interaction with the Human Rights Commission since you took office as Premier in this province. Thank you so much. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much to the Chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission, Reverend Chris Nissen, for the opening remarks. We will now move on to the formalities, and I will invite Commissioner Sahrc Malnutrition to administer the oath to the Premier and his delegation, and thereafter we will begin to hear the presentation or to receive the presentation from the Office of the Premier. Over to you, Commissioner Makwasha.
Thank you to the chair of the session. Good morning to our chairperson, Reverend Chris Neeson, as well as our provincial manager. My job is the unglamorous legal part of this aspect. I'm going to ask the Honorable Premier if you can just stand so that we can swear you in. Premier, just so that, yes, the mic. Just for the record, we all know your name here, but just so that we have it for record, your full names.
My name is Lobabalo Oscar Mabuyane, the Premier of Eastern Cape.
Thank you. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
The oath.
Do you swear that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
If so, raise your right hand saying, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Premier, I just wanted to know from your team, will you be the only one presenting, or will you have others who will be presenting and answering our questions?
I will be the only one who's presenting and answering. I'm the only one who's been subpoenaed.
But you may ask, perhaps, if you want to defer a question to someone on your team, you are able to do so. And if you would want to do that, I would like to then swear them in as well.
Okay. No, I'm fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Makwasha, and thank you very much, Honorable Premier. You are welcome once again. Honorable Premier, we also wish to acknowledge that we have received a presentation, which presentation seeks to then respond to the inquiries that we have made in the notice submitted to yourself. And we will now hand over to yourself to walk us through that presentation, after which the panel will engage with yourself. We hand over to you, Premier. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, the chair of the session, Commissioner Nduli. Special greetings goes to the South African Human Rights Council or Commission, Reverend Chris Neeson, and all commissioners present, the manager, the provincial manager, Dr. Carter, and all guests here in the session. Good morning to all of you. I've prepared two presentations, Commissioner. I've got the shorter version. I've got the long one that I've sent to you. So if you would agree, for time saving, I can go for the shorter version so that we can engage on the longer one. Or if you want me to go through the longer one, I don't have a problem.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Premier. We will be guided by yourself, as long as if we go for the shorter version, we don't lose the essence of your responses. So you will be able to maybe just manage that possible space that might be created from the shift from the longer to the shorter version. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me try to quickly go through the longer one so that we don't lose the essence of what we're trying to communicate to you today. Our presentation will be characterized by 4 key areas of focus. Obviously, the provincial economic profile, which I believe is a resultant effect of why we are where we are. The context, of course, as you have also alluded to. And also the main one, the direct response to the questions. Those 7 questions that have been directed to talked to. The last one surely will be the progress in implementing the recommendations of the South African Human Rights Commission. The economic profile of the province takes into account that we are a province that has been suffering the severe repercussions of the colonial and the apartheid system. As if you would want to see and feel and touch the after effects, you can easily find them in this province, and a province that has always been characterized as a labor, the reserve as a labor standing province for some years, and a province currently which is sitting at about 7.2 million people, which accounts for just above 11% of the overall population of our country. The gender distribution of that population is that 52% in our province are women and 48% are men. Since 2011, our province has actually experienced a notable growth with an increase of just above 600,000 people since 2011. Children aged between 0 to 14% represent a significant portion of the population, which is comprising almost 29% of that. However, the household living arrangement reveal concerning trends. That is 32.9% of children live with neither their mother or their father, while 19% reside with both parents, and the remaining children live with one parent or either guardian, highlighting the diverse and often fragmented family structure within our province. The slide, following slide, talks to the challenges of further economic profiling of our people. If you are looking at the extreme right graph, it depicts the situation that about 10% of province adults population have post secondary school qualification. So the question of literacy and illiteracy rate in our province, which is a movement from 5.1% in 1996. The other graph, the middle one, or the middle graph depicts the population with no schooling, which has also declined from 21% in 1996, currently to 7.3%. At least the work is happening there in the fight of the illiteracy in our province. And then the middle graph depicts the population that is also growing with matric, which is an increase of 11.2% in 1996, currently sitting at 27.4%. The life expectancy, briefly on that, has shown a significant improvement due to a number of interventions that government has been making. If you would look at it in 1996, we were standing at 54%. With that improvement from there until 2023, sitting now at about 67% for men, for women, and with an improved percentage of men up to 61%. More than a third of our households in the Eastern Cape, 37%, depend on social security grant as their main source of income. And this is equal to a distribution of 34.8 billion per year. In 2024, 9.1% of households in the Eastern Cape considered their access to food as severely inadequate. I think the point which was made earlier. This ranks the Eastern Cape as the 5th in terms of food access challenges. This is equal to the national average that is General Household Survey of 2024. In 2023, 73% of household members first consulted personnel at a public clinic or hospital, compared to 69% in 2004. The unemployment rate has been rising from 25.7% in 2008 to a staggering of 47.4% as we speak. This has since also decreased as we currently speak to 39.5% in the second quarter of 2025. The percentage of households that reside in the formal dwellings has increased sharply from 48% in 1996 to 83%, almost 84% in 2022. Over 80% households in the Eastern Cape have access to electricity, rising from the less than half of the households in 1996. Considerable reduction in the number of households that reported having no ablution facilities or toilet facilities from 12.7% in 2011 to 3% in 2022. I think there's some great work that has happened there from a government point of view in providing that intervention. Over 80% households in the Eastern Cape have access to piped water. I know there will be challenges sometimes whether those taps water is coming out, but that infrastructure has been put in there, and that's a work that we're hard at now as we speak to ensure that water comes out of the taps. The higher education levels, improved life expectancy, better access to services, and often leading to better employment, reducing poverty, and food insecurity. The malnutrition picture of the province is set to improve over the years. So we're putting an emphasis that the more our people access education, the more we are able to get our people going back to school. We believe that surely should be a panacea to the challenge that we're experiencing, and also that should serve as a catalyst to break this intergenerational poverty that we are trying to resolve. On the other hand, the province still has a high unemployment. Without employment, families struggle to afford nutritious and sufficient food. To respond to unemployment in the current term, a number of interventions will be implemented. One, commercialization of smallholder producers, creation of active manufacturing and services jobs created through support to SMME and aftermarket industry, work opportunities through various government programs, the EPWC and the CWP, job facilitated, created or saved by supported SMME and cooperatives, the implementation of the small town revitalization program, and the implementation of infrastructure projects such as roads, social and catalytic projects. Whilst government invests 37 billion per annum in the social grants within the province, and this intervention is contributing to reducing poverty, nearly 69%, almost 2 million of all grant beneficiaries are children. However, only 38.3%, which is accounting for 14.4 billion per annum of the total economic investment, is allocated to child-focused grants. This suggests that while children are the majority recipients in terms of quality, the per-child investment is significantly lower compared to adult-focused grants like old age and disability. The fast increasing cost of living and sluggish economic growth negates the gains from this intervention. The next slides just reflects the targets of the PDP, the Provincial Development Plan, as set, looking at the thriving citizens, using the life expectancy and as well as the Human Development Index. I think that explains itself in terms of the work that we've been doing. Yes, there's a progress, a lot of recorded progress that you can see. If you look at the life expectancy, we are expected to achieve 70% mark at least by 2030 in terms of our 2030 vision. We are currently at 67% for women and also at 61% for men. The reduced unemployment, the targets, we are expected to be at 10% in 2030. A mission seems impossible, but appreciating that there's nothing insurmountable, working together and improving the capability of state and having state government working with agility and also being ethical and developmental, everything is possible because government will be able to coordinate all other sectors to work with us to achieve that. That cannot be achieved by government alone. We've got to get every sector in the economy contributing towards that. But currently, it's a difficult mission, as I've indicated earlier, that we're currently at 39%. From the baseline of 35%, 2020 baseline of 35%. On reduced poverty, we are targeting a reduction of poverty to be at 5%. And then, no, I'm sorry, gross domestic product region first. We are targeting it 5% by that 2030. We're currently at 2.1%. On reduced poverty, we are targeting 7.7%. We're currently at 41%, which is another difficult mountain to climb. The reduced inequality, the difficult one, if you look at it from a Gini coefficient, the inequality, we looking at 0.6%, but we were at 0.65% in 2015. The improved service delivery, looking at 5%, target by 2030, currently at 3.9%. In terms of context, the South African Human Rights Commission, as you would have alluded to, did that work. I don't think I must waste time on that particular slide because that's a slide that you have already worked on yourselves. So I think the entire context questions to the Premier, which I think is the main purpose of us being here today in terms of responding on what has happened. I think also you have covered the question part of it. I think I can simply go straight to answers. If Commissioner, you allow me, just go to responses because I think questions are well covered. So, responding to the first one being an overview of the leadership and coordination role exercised by the Office of the Premier, I want to start by saying, noting the weaknesses in the previous configuration of the cluster system and its substructures such as working groups. The Office of the Premier led the review of government cluster system, and to this effect, the system has or was reviewed to ensure effective integration of 9 integrated programs that were identified. Subsequently, the configuration of working groups was reviewed to ensure better coordination and integration. And in this regard, the Provincial Poverty Reduction Working Group was de-established in the seventh term of administration, and 2 working groups that contributed to the reduction of malnutrition were established, namely food security, land reform, and agriculture commercialization. The second one being an anti-poverty and sustainable livelihood. To further improve effectiveness of the working groups in 2025-2026, the Office of the Premier further appointed the heads of the provincial departments to preside over the working groups to increase both accountability and effectiveness. New interventions being implemented through these working groups include revival of food gardens in quintile 1 to 3 schools for provision of food relief and nutrition, linking child support grant beneficiaries to sustainable livelihood opportunities, establishment of inclusive local food value chain to support access to nutrition and affordable food. Fourth one being supporting self-reliant communities, and the fifth one, comprehensive social protection services for families and communities. That is the 24 intensive family support, reunification services, and teen parenting programs. Whilst it is early to assess the impact of this arrangement, it is envisaged that it will make great improvement in the collaborative efforts in addressing the child malnutrition challenges in the province. This is evident in the interventions that have been generated for implementation and monitoring through these revamped work groups. The Office of the Premier is monitoring the implementation of the interventions assigned to this working group, as at the end of the 2025-2026 financial year, the first quarter, due to the increased monitoring and the new integration approach. The working group's performance has been commendable at 65%, and respectively, in terms of APSL as well as food security, thereby pointing potential improvement in the efforts of addressing the child malnutrition in the province. Through the district development model approach, the province is implementing the number of integrated poverty alleviation and food security programs which will contribute to the reduction of malnutrition. These include the following: the sustainable livelihood project, that is food gardens and disease, Siazonla, targeting most impoverished wards, and child malnutrition hotspots implemented through the Department of Social Development. Farmer support programs implemented through the Provincial Department of Agriculture. Here we talk of subsistence farming, particularly focusing on agriculture. The household food production, that is Ilima, Logulima, implemented through the National Department of Agriculture. Smallholder horticulture empowerment promotion, implemented through the National Department of Agriculture. Ensuring water security. The iCrop implemented through various programs in the following Department of Health, the Department of Social Development, Education, COGTA, SASA, Home Affairs, and National Development Agency. Enhancement of agriculture education. The number of schools offering agriculture studies have been established in the 6th term. Training of community development practitioners on health preparation of food under clean and hygiene conditions, identification of children missing clinic using visit for immunization and vitamin A supplementation. On question 2, I think I've dealt with question 1 substantively in terms of offering answers there. Moving to question 2, attempting to answer that question, I would like to start by saying the Eastern Cape Provincial Government has developed the Provincial Food and Nutrition Security Plan for the period of 2024 to 2030. The plan was consulted with key stakeholders across the province through Imbizo held in November 2024. These stakeholders included government departments and agencies, non-governmental organizations, academia, civil society, oversight bodies, and commercial sector. The feedback received was focused on coordinating the FNNSP goals with the need of vulnerable communities, and updated on this development consultation and finalization of the Eastern Cape Food and Nutrition Security Plan, including the expected launch and monitoring arrangements. Continuing with the answers to question 2, the Provincial Food and Nutrition Security Plan was subsequently approved by the Executive Council. The provincial communication and IGR components will henceforth spearhead the advocacy popularization of the plan by ensuring that it is shared in all IGR structures and media platforms in order to attract more implementation. The monitoring framework forms part of the plan, and elements of the plan are already implemented through the Provincial Medium-Term Development Plan with clear indicators and targets. Expected launch, the plan is scheduled to be launched before the end of this current financial year. Going to question 3, Chair, the scope of the IMCDSP focuses on the prioritizes children affected by malnutrition, especially those under 5 years, mothers and other primary caregivers of affected children, and young women of childbearing age, especially the unemployed. The program targets all communities in the Eastern Cape province that affected by the twin challenges of child malnutrition and infant mortality. The pilot phase of the program focused mainly on the hotspot area in all district municipalities due to limited resource and the uneven spread of the problem across the province. Going to question 3, the IMCDSP is orientated according to the following pillars as suggested by the collective of stakeholders: research, community and household profiling, food security and nutrition, including food supplements, adolescent sexual reproductive and health rights, including women rights. And I think we are currently experiencing another problem there on the adolescent sexual reproductive. I think there's another problem that is knocking at our doors as I'm seated here, which I believe is a national problem, but it's also more pronounced in the impoverished areas and poor provinces like ours. The income generation and entrepreneurship and skills training and capacity building, empowerment of women and communities. The 6th one being the monitoring, evaluation and the governance system. The progress in relation to the above pillars is coordinated through quarterly reporting of the government cluster system. The program has been extended to all districts of the province. Answering the question 4, the ICROP is being implemented across the province by the following institution: Department of Health, Social Development, Education, COGTA, SASA, as well as Home Affairs and National Development Agents. Out of 54 planned, a total of 27 ICROP events have been implemented in the poorest wards from April 2025 to August 2025, jointly with the sector departments and the private sector in all districts. Districts like Alfred Nzo Amatole, Buffalo City, Metro, Christiani, Jogabi, Nelson Mandela, OR Tambo, and Sarah Batman. Approximately 5,458 people benefited through the provision of a wide range of integrated services on wheels. Municipalities play a major role in the events as services are delivered in their space. ICROP is tracked and monitored by the provincial medium-term development plan through the cluster system. Strengthen the follow-ups on issues raised or identified during the event, more involvement of non-government sectors. Answering question 5, the provincial government from 2025 to 2030 has lifted the issue of food and nutrition as a priority area for integration. By implication, this then must operate on a collaborative budgeting which mobilizes resource from the departments of agriculture and social development at a provincial level, and the Department of Land Affairs at a national level, and the local government. In the state of the province of 2025, we have already targeted 100 farms working towards 10,000 hectares to strengthen primary production. These are farms that are belonging to state. Further, the province has set its target on capacitation of 100,000 households over 5 years on food gardens as directed response to food insecurity. Special attention will be on the most rural districts, including the poorest wards in the province, as another measure to boost the already existing anti-poverty strategy. The United Nations agreement recently signed by the Premier is also an enabling platform towards the resuscitation of 10 irrigation schemes as part of the food and nutrition security program. The government cluster system, answering question 6, the government cluster system serves as the main monitoring and evaluation mechanism to track progress on the implementation of the provincial response to malnutrition. On a quarterly basis, reports are provided by the Executive Council or to the Executive Council, which provide oversight. The province monitors the reduction in child malnutrition through indicators such as fatality rates, grant uptake, and school nutrition coverage, and reports these findings to the relevant parties. Notwithstanding these monitoring efforts, severe acute malnutrition remains a challenge in the province. Poor infant and young child feeding practices, the low exclusive breastfeeding at 25%, and rates of malnutrition among children under the age of 5 years are high. That stunting is at 33.3% compared to the national average of 28.8%. The General Household Survey of 2024. Surveillance and tracking on the prevalence and incidences of malnutrition is monitored through reported case management, which is anchored in the Department of Health. The Department of Health reports are highlighting the following areas of hotspots: OR Tambo, particularly in St. Barnabas, Alfred Nzo, Taylor Bequest, Amatole, Madwaleni Hospital, Christiane Frontier and Lady Frey, Nelson Mandela, Doranginza, and Buffalo City at Frey Hospital. Strengthening of the ward-based outreach teams, which seek to facilitate referral processes among departments and interface with the local structures for integrated management and support is very key. Well, the issue that is being raised more, which we appreciate because it's an issue that we're grappling with, the malnutrition challenge or death caused by malnutrition. It's an issue which is what you call it's an underlying cause, because our children are also dying of other difficulties that we're experiencing, HIV and AIDS, TB, etc. So, but at the tail end, you will get this situation. You would understand where there's poverty, these opportunistic diseases are easily hard in attacking our people. The surveillance and tracking on the prevalence and incidence of malnutrition is monitored through the report cases management, which is anchored at Department of Health. The Department of Health reports are highlighting the following areas, as I've indicated: strengthening the ward base. I think I've dealt with that part as well. Answering the last question, I would indicate that the following are the future commitments aimed at reducing in the child malnutrition over the next 3 years. Command center approach in the management of food and nutrition facilitated through the 2 working groups: food security, land reform and commercialization working group, and anti-poverty and sustainable livelihood working group. Enhancing the funding for the implementation of the provincial food security and nutrition plan. Mobilization of resources to scale up support to household food gardens and subsistence farmers. Improved surveillance and case management, especially in the hotspot zones. Multi-sectoral coordination plan, social mobilization for food security towards the food security compacts. Enhance the implementation of malnutrition preventative measures, both at a provincial and a municipal level. The Commission recommended 3 consideration for the Office of the Premier. Whilst not much ground has been covered, there is a commitment to accelerate the implementation plan during the current term, as indicated below. 1, we will be exploring opportunities for investment in research and data collection efforts to continuously monitor child malnutrition rates, understand its causes, and evaluate the impact of intervention in the province. The Office of the Premier commits to ensure an evaluation study which holistically looks at the coordination of intervention versus the impact or outcomes, especially in the hotspots nodes. This will be commissioned under the EXEC working group in collaboration with the 3 oversight universities in the province. EXEC is our entity and an entity that belongs to the Office of the Premier that is tasked to work on research for socio-economic challenges in the province. This is envisaged to be undertaken in the next 2 years. The Recommendation 2 will consider the possibility of declaring a state of disaster due to the high prevalence of child malnutrition in the province, enabling the efforts and resource allocation for immediate intervention. That's your recommendation, which was sent to us. The province has not taken that route of declaring the disaster because the province has been implementing targeted intervention to reduce poverty and malnutrition. Here you need a comprehensive approach. Singling it out, the malnutrition, you will also be distorting the actual problem that we are confronted with. So we need a comprehensive approach which talks to the health profiling, starting with kids while the mothers are going through the pregnant stages and all that up until kids that are delivered. So we've got to have a very kind of broad approach in dealing with this particular issue. In order to prevent this eventuality that we're currently grappling with now. By the end of the 6th term, the following gains can be highlighted. 30,000 or more, just above 30,000 people benefited from the poverty reduction initiatives. This is targeting the most vulnerable households and individuals through social grants, social relief of distress, and food gardens, community nutrition development centers, Siyazondla programs, and other food security programs. More than 40 million worth of investment in household food security programs by providing food production packs, seeds, seedlings, feed, medication, chicks equipment, fertilizer, and piglets. Benefited more than 87,000, just about 88,000 households to enable them to produce their own food. Although the province has not declared a disaster, it deems the malnutrition challenge in a very serious light, commissioners. Hence the commitment to adopt a command center approach. Initially, when I spoke in terms of the economic profile of the province and the context, I made reference to us being a So we are all inspired with the challenge that we are confronted, and it is our resolve and our commitment to make a change and make a dent. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier, for a very comprehensive response to the questions that have been asked of you, dealing with the recommendations of the Human Rights Commission in terms of our inquiry report. Premier, we now enter the stage of engaging with this presentation, and I will start with the provincial manager on my right. I will thereafter go to Commissioner Makwasha on my far left, and thereafter the chairperson of the Human Rights Commission, and I will then be the last one. Before I hand over to the provincial manager, PM, we must concur with you. In the Eastern Cape, if you do want to see colonialism and its effects, you just move around the province. But not only the Eastern Cape, South Africa as a whole. In the Human Rights Commission, we often say that the work that we do is to continue the unfinished business of liberation, because certainly 1994 was not the end of struggling to attain liberation. There is continuing work that needs to be done. Colonialism was a system that lasted more than 300 years, and certainly 31 years after that system was dismantled, we can't expect everything to have been achieved within such a short span of time, which is why we are so inspired by your presentation, particularly reading the socio-economic profile of the province. Clearly, a lot of improvements have been made in terms of literacy, in terms of doing away with the bucket toilet system, making sure children are in school, increasing the economic profile of the province. This is something not to be taken lightly. Therefore, while we acknowledge the challenges and we work together to address the challenges, we acknowledge the work that has been done in the past 30 years, but we acknowledge that this work is work that is challenging a system, a spiritual, a physical, an economic, and industrial system that lasted more than 300 years. So thank you very much, Premier, for your presentation. You will also be very much aware, Premier, that last year, PM, we held an inquiry into road infrastructure in the province, and we fully are in agreement with you. We cannot expect the province to develop when its roads are inaccessible. We received testimony of people dying because they can't access healthcare facilities because the roads are not enabling them to be able to do so. Testimonies of the economic effects of dilapidated road infrastructure, particularly for the farming communities, where big trucks are unable, especially due to climate change as well, unable to access the produce, and sometimes the produce then rots because the roads are inaccessible. So we view the topic of the day as taking place within an intersection of other crises and other challenges, all of which are the continuing legacies of a system of subjugation. The legacies of hunger, the legacies of unemployment, the legacies of poverty, the legacies of inequalities that we are trying to address as we look into the issue of children dying because they are unable to eat food that is sufficient for their nutrition. So once again, thank you very much, Premier. I'm now going to hand over to the PM as indicated earlier. Over to you, PM.
Thank you so much, Chairperson of the session, Chairperson of the Commission, Commissioner Makwasha, and Honourable Premier, as well as your office. We have a history of a very good relationship with your office, and we're very thankful for that. Our office, Mr. Fortune, we frequently engage with the Office of the Premier in this province, and as Commissioner Ntuli has also indicated, we have the benefit of a bird's eye view of what is happening in the Eastern Cape, where efforts are being implemented, and we can categorically say that we see the efforts, Honourable Premier. Yesterday, we had the benefit of hearing from the Department of Social Development, the Department of Health, as well as the Department of Education. And through each, and at the start of each of their submissions, we recognize the steps that have been taken. The steps that you've outlined here this morning, we've recognized them, we've seen them. Against that backdrop, Honourable Premier, however, I would just like us to refer to the first presentation that was provided to us by the Department of Health. The National Department of Health assisted the Commission with the data right up front to our session. And if we can just refer you to the data. Now, in the 2024 year alone, it was 107 children who died of severe acute malnutrition in the province. For the past few months, we are sitting, I think, roughly at about 70. So we won't have this year's numbers yet. Now, Premier, the steps taken, I'm persistently making reference to that because we recognize that your office has pushed for these steps to be taken. Now, the year that we hosted the inquiry, Honourable Premier, there were 116 deaths of severe acute malnutrition in the province. Fast forward 2.5 years, or 2 years, we're sitting at 107. So in essence, in spite of all of these efforts that the province has very actively taken, to quote the DG of the Department of Health, it doesn't seem like we're moving the needle a lot. And that's not through a lack of effort on your side, Honourable Premier. It's the data. And that's the data that the Department of Health has provided to us. And you can see, certainly not unique to the Eastern Cape, you will see that there are other provinces facing the same challenges. And we will also provide it with insight into perhaps why that is. Now, Honourable Premier, with that backdrop, I just thought it was very important for us to use the data. Because it seems like we are still in the same situation. We've managed to improve with 9 lives, which is every life counts, every child's life count, but it is not, in the view of the Commission, perhaps moving quick enough if we look at the responsibilities we have from the Commission side, from the executive side, from the legislature, towards the rights of children in terms of Section 28 of the Constitution. So I wanted to show you that, Honourable Premier, so that we have the data on hand when we then reflect on the steps. But we also had the benefit to hear from the national departments. And, Premier, the reason you would have seen the names of the national departments appearing on the lists of those who were subpoenaed is because we feel that the steps that are being taken in the province, we can see that. But what is the responsibility of national now? To come on board, to start unlocking what we have mentioned here this morning is a systemic lack of investment and a systemic lack of support because of the colonial history, because of a lack of investment during the apartheid era. Now, Premier, that as a backdrop, perhaps I can just show the next slide. I wanted to also, just for a benefit of a holistic view, Tembi, 2024, UNICEF published statistics on child food poverty. Back to that slide, please. Child food poverty. And we had, no, the previous one, please, colleagues, that you had just on the screen. They published statistics on child food poverty, and I want to just plot us there. South Africa is there at the bottom. But the yellow line is the child food poverty line and the percentage of South Africa, and we're around 60% there. And I went and I inserted the GDPs of these countries countries, just to illustrate. And you will recognize and you will agree with me that South Africa's GDP is so much stronger than all of those countries. But our child food poverty line is very high. It accords with, if we can have a look, with Kenya, with Rwanda, with Madagascar. But the blue line you will see is our GDP is much higher. Now, with the benefit of having my Commissioner Makwasha here, who is championing human rights budgeting in the Human Rights Commission, and with Commissioner Ntuli, who has repeatedly the past few days said that it's not an issue of availability of resources, it's where we are applying these resources. And that's why I just want us to have a look at those numbers, because countries who have a quarter of our GDP do not have the same child food poverty challenges that we are having. So, Honourable Premier, that was the context within which I want to pose my questions. Would you agree, noting that the child support grant is not a provincial competency, but would you agree that an increase at national level of the child support grant, which is currently not meeting the food poverty line, would you agree that that would benefit the children of the Eastern Cape and assist us to move the needle in preventing these child hunger deaths? That's my first question. Then, Honourable Premier, looking at the numbers, would you agree with me that in spite of, and we recognize again, and I want to underline this question, in spite of the steps that we have taken as a province, and we walk hand in hand with you, Honourable Premier, Commissioner Makwasha was actually addressing your sessions of consultation during the consultation period for this food security strategy. She was here. So we are walking hand in hand with you, Premier, but would you agree that in spite of all of these steps that we've taken, that the numbers don't lie? That perhaps we haven't moved the needle enough? And then perhaps my final question that I would like to put to you, Honourable Premier, is that we heard from the Department of Education noting that there's a missing portion of children who do not necessarily benefit from government's immensely successful program of the National School Nutrition Program. It is the most successful mechanism, poverty alleviation mechanism, that is assisting our children in the province. But the kids who are not yet there, entering that system, they are falling through the cracks here. Because the ECD money that is being moved towards the children in those centres, the subsidies, apologies, is not commensurate to the success that the NSNP is having. That's why the Commission made the recommendation to extend the National School Nutrition Program now to the ECD area. And that would be supported by the pronouncement that was made in 2019 that this competency is now being moved back to the Department of Education. But we heard yesterday from the National Department that the rollout of almost a similar program to the ECD sector is now entering pilot phase. Now, Honourable Premier, when we speak about little ones and children, our time is so much more urgent. The turnaround time for these pilot phases cannot be business as usual. Honourable Premier, the quarterly reporting that you have come here to display, and again my underscoring of we note them, it reflects a almost unfortunately business as usual reporting, where by the time we roll out these pilot programs, by the time we can agree with Treasury, who will be appearing here this afternoon, that the child support grant is not enough to feed children, those children might become a statistic here on the board. So those are three questions from my side, Honourable Premier, and I thank you for always your amenability to engage with the Human Rights Commission on all of our inquiries that we've held in this province. And we are very encouraged with the plans But perhaps from your side, we can be, the highlights from your side can assist us further to not only, like Commissioner Makwasha as well as Ntuli and Chairperson certainly as well, have had the benefit to hear the past few days that we need to think outside of the box now. And all of the departments who appeared here agreed with us, and it almost became a think tank because it can't be business as usual, Honourable Premier. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, PM. Honourable Premier, so that we don't overwhelm you with the questions, let's maybe give you the opportunity to respond before we take the next set of questions. Over to you, Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, Honourable Commissioner. Firstly, let's just, as we have indicated in the presentation up front, that this is a very complex subject. And I agree with the provincial manager that we definitely have to think outside the box and how best, because for health to simply say, most of these cases arrive at health when health can no longer do anything about them. So that's why they will simply say this is malnutrition, severe malnutrition, but there are underlying that would have been detected if we were to go strongly on the primary health care system. Detect. It's difficult in rural areas. This is a reality. It's a fact. People must travel about 20 kilometers to get into the nearest clinic. That one alone means that you must not have less than 60 rand for you to go to a clinic to get services. I think the system itself of allocating population without looking at this challenge of topography, the difficult of provinces like Eastern Cape rural setup, it's something that we needed. Yes, of course, we're intervening by having some mobile clinics, reaching out to people, but something that we still needed to do much more vigorously so that we go out and get into our people is than them waiting for them. Because now we wait for them up until they come here when we can no longer help them, which is a difficult challenge that we are grappling with. I agree it can no longer be business as usual. And when we said we must build a developmental, capable, ethical, and agile state, was exactly on that score, to be able to respond to issues like this. Surely, if we can't address the developmental challenges, inefficiencies, we are going to experience this matter of problem. And I agree with you that the GDP of the country is much more strong and bigger than the countries that we are listing there in Africa. For us to have that sort of a situation, yes, we've been talking about inequality and all that, but I think government has got to change and respond to these realities. And I agree with you, numbers don't lie. Yes, the issue of data reliability and all that is what we said we're going to be focusing on, so that we monitor that. And I agree with you of the missing link. Those kids that are not yet there, whilst we are still talking about pilot phasing, we've already integrated the early child development into the mainstream, into their education. So, of course, the issue of rollout of the school nutrition, because it's going to help us to mitigate this. Because if you have got kids having at least 2 meals a day at school, morning and lunch, it will make a huge difference over and above the child support grant that our kids are getting. The other biggest problem that we are not yet talking to is to find a situation where you have got kids, 6 of them, I've just recently experienced something like that, all left with grandmother. Mother has gone either to Cape Town or Gauteng looking for greener pastures with the card for these kids. So the grant is not here where kids are. The grant is somewhere where the mother is, and this grant doesn't belong to the mother, but unfortunately the mother also belongs to the missing category, because the mother is not either in the social security grant category for is just in the middle of nowhere, is looking for a job. And even those who are staying at home with their kids, they also rely on these grants of kids. So we've got a bigger problem there, which I think as government we've got to find a better way of tightening up. If it's a child support grant, it must go to a child. A guardian must be monitored on whether this grant indeed help kids. So I agree with you that we're moving the needle, but very probably sluggishly. It's not that the needle is not moving; it is moving, but I think with a much more integrated and collaborative approach, we should be able to tackle. And as I've said, this is not really insurmountable. Land is a factor of production. If we can be able to work the land and invest as much as we can, yes, we are trying with the legal resources, all other things being equal, but more effort should yield us better dividends than what we are getting. So I agree with you, provincial manager, that we need to be a little bit aggressive on this. And Eastern Cape is part of government of South Africa. We don't have a federal state here. We've got a unitary state. So it cannot just be about Eastern Cape people shouting and shouting. National government must understand these statistics very well. And yes, I know we've been raising the issue of the budget formula, which is a problem on its own, the allocation. So the more numbers leave, and I once even said I request National to do census in December, not to do census during mid-year. I just want to see the same data and see numbers better. Because if we continue with this budgeting, that simply means the underdeveloped province will be permanently underdeveloped. They will never get enough resources to move. With the legal we have, we are able to push, but we need more government, national government focus to say we need to lift those provinces. As they say that we might be peripheral to the center, but we are the center of the periphery here. So we need to lift those people to be at the level of others. We need to take and encourage. Business will only come here if government will be able to invest in terms of the infrastructure, particularly roads and all that, to really catalyze the economic development. And then all other issues will be history. People need jobs. We've got to create jobs for our people, because government is not going to sustain these interventions. These are short term. We've got to look at the medium to long term and long term strategies to arrest this problem. We can't, I agree with you, one life is more than enough. We can't afford to have young lives being lost in the manner in which it is happening. And we are all exposed to these, or we are all susceptible to these opportunistic diseases. We've got to focus more on the primary health education, primary health care, to make sure that at least a child is protected from the embryonic stages up until a child is a real human being. So I fully agree. And of course, the increase, I know the debate of the living wage and all that, the increase would surely make a difference. But also, you will find that in most cases, maybe that Home Affairs is here, the most challenge is that some of these kids don't even have access to that. There are a lot of packages that are there within the child support grant. You see, they are categorized differently. They are not all the same. So the information that is getting to our people, some people are just sitting there in the rural areas of Pondoland and elsewhere in our inland, not accessing this because mother is nowhere to be found. So a father who's staying with a child without a birth certificate, the laws are making it such difficult that father must do. If a child was not registered on birth, 3 months gone, difficult to get that process moving quicker in order to get, and that child is going. When you come in, already a child is suffering from the severe malnutrition, and that child can no longer be saved. So I think we've got to work together. We've got to get our system, the ecosystem functioning optimally. So it must not be a problem of a mayor or a ward councillor knocking at the doors of a minister or a premier. All of us, we must understand what the pain our people are going through. So I fully agree. I think I'm still committing, as I've said, we'll do whatever that we can do, but we can push to a certain level or a certain limit. Someone else above us must punch above our weight to make sure that we are able to address these systemic and chronic challenges we've been grappling with.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Premier. I'll now hand over to Commissioner Makwasha.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the Provincial Manager. She often steals my questions, so I'm just going to focus on, I think what we need to acknowledge is that even all the departments who presented yesterday, amazing policies, amazing programs that they explained to us. Premier, your presentation, amazing once again. And I think it goes back to the theme that children cannot eat policies. You know, and in terms of Section 28 of the Constitution, it says the best interests of the child are paramount. And, you know, the timelines you've given us, I think in one of the slides, I just want to open it up. You spoke about 2 years, that the program will be implemented in 2 years. Now, if we have the numbers correctly, just this financial year, we've lost 70 children. So if we're waiting for 2 years, how many lives are we going to lose while we're slowly moving the needle? So that's my, you know, just a comment on that. In terms of the numbers that you've given us, Honorable Premier, you said 39.5% is the unemployment rate in the Eastern Cape. 9.1% of households in the Eastern Cape consider the access to food as severely inadequate. And we're not talking about nutritious food, simply food. And the problem with malnutrition is not access to food, it's the problem of access to nutritious food, which a lot of South Africans don't have access to due to the financial burden. We then are told that in terms of the numbers, so 46.4% are unemployed youth. And when we were given the numbers, the unemployed youth are the mothers. It's your teenage mothers, but also children who are mothers due to statutory rape. And we need to address it. We can't hide behind teenage mothers to capture everyone, because we then lose the real problem in South Africa, gender-based violence, specifically in respect of statutory rape of children. Now, I see one of the programs, and I just wanted to ask, why doesn't the program also target children who give birth, due to the fact that you also acknowledge the low breastfeeding rate? You stating that it's less than 25%. Yesterday, the Department of Health said it's below 50%. I also want to acknowledge that you have now gone to private sector. Oh yes, why does it not target children who give birth, just to also have conversations with them, but to also provide them with support? Because once you start, it's very difficult for them to provide you with the support. And all of what we heard is that they don't want to breastfeed, they are embarrassed, they're conscious of their body. I also want to acknowledge that you've now moved away from government stakeholders in resolving the problem, but have also then incorporated the mining sector, but this is for societal ills. Have you looked at retails that focus, or businesses that focus on food, to ask them if they can participate and hold hands with government to resolve these issues? And my question is always, as the issue of money. How much money has been allocated to these programs? You've given us a glimpse, but I just want to see in its entirety how much has the provincial government allocated, and how can we then support the province in ensuring that National Treasury either expands the budget or adjusts it so that we can address this severe issue. Now, in terms of the presentations we've received, I just wanted to say that there is a need for proper governmental coordination, because what often happens is that the programs either parallel each other or or you are double dipping? Because yesterday we received a presentation from the Department of Basic Education, and they said that they have been reaching out to the Department of Agriculture for assistance regarding the school gardens, and it's been 5 years. So how do we then remove red tape within departments so that we have a concise, targeted approach that is not either paralleling each other or in competition with each other? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Makwasha. Honorable Premier, would you like to respond to those questions?
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for questions. Thanks, Chair, through you. Well, speaking about the 2 year, it's not that we will fold arms and do nothing up until 2 years comes. It's work in progress. So we are targeting that 2 years that the system should have been fully matured by that. We are moving the needle now by starting implementing, but we're saying at least at the end of 2 years we should have looked back and make a proper reflection and see how far we have gone into that. Not that we'll sit and wait for that and all that. Yeah, the issue of high unemployment, particularly on youth, you are right, and we're doing some interventions in government. For instance, in the province, the Office of the Premier has got a targeted program called Isikalo, which is amazing out there, targeting youth, particularly young people under the age of 35 years, entrepreneurs, SMMEs, and we're quite doing exceptional well. I think now that we've gained the momentum on it, it has been experiencing a lot of teething problems in the past, but at least, of course, funding is limited. With the limited funds we have, we are able to see, because we are able to help a young entrepreneur almost close to 3 million on grant, but we're not giving people money. If you are saying you are doing business on this, we go. If you want a truck, we go and buy a truck for you. If you want a tractor because you are involved in the community gardening and all other young interesting. And I've seen a lot of young people, well educated. During Women's Day this year, we're celebrating young people in Alice. They were there for studying, they're doing PhDs, not necessarily in agriculture, but they've been given the Arab land that is lying fallow by the adjacent communities, and they're working on that. Currently, they're exporting butternut to Lesotho and others. Amazing things. So a lot of young people out there are busy doing this, but it's a question of how do we integrate this. I think the point you were making about schools, the education has got a program that talks about agriculture as a subject, both theoretical and practical. So that includes on how schools are also doing this with the funding that they have. I know they get support from agriculture in terms of expert opinion, expert advisors, your officers from agriculture that are helping out. Whilst agriculture is focusing into the missing, middle, and other community initiatives. Those who are in schools are supported more by schools, but of course agriculture would always come in here and there, similar to social development. So it could not really be a question of double dipping, because if you have been funded by social development, you can't also demand the same funding from agriculture or education. So agriculture can only come in to make sure that what social development has done here doesn't die its natural death. It gets supported from the expert opinion. So that work, but again, it's a question of integration, that what social development is doing with a lot of NGOs, etc., is that work complemented? I always say this around this issue of the economic development. Say, agriculture focuses more on the primal production. So immediately you get into agro-processing, it's an economic activity more than just a primal production. Economic development then comes in. immediately agriculture goes out and say, we are going to be assisting subsistence farmers to plow about 30,000 hectares this year. Economic development should be asking a question: what is going to happen with that the produce, that harvest? Where is it going to be going to? Will those people have their silos to keep them for market and all that? Because in most cases, you get these people supported by government, but for instance, in Matatiele, they will go and export that maize through Durban Port elsewhere, leaving poverty behind. How do you make sure that the investment of government firstly addresses the immediate problem that we have with domestically? So it goes back to the issue of integration, and I've said in the government time and again, every decision on procurement we are making, it must be developmental. Every decision that we are making, it must be economical. We must have an economic sense of what we are doing. You must not just do things because you are employed to do things. You get usual to do things in the manner. You must ask yourself, what impact, how many jobs are you going to be creating about this transaction in particular? That's how we've got to be to deal with these issues in a manner that are supposed to be dealt with. You are right on the issue of retail. I thought I meant to raise this point that if you look at the rural setup, before 1994, there was not even retail in the former Transkei towns. There was no Spark Group, there was no Shoprite, Checkers, and everybody. Today, they are all there. So, again, how are we engaging them? Almost all town now in the entire Transkei, former Ciskei and former Transkei setup, almost in every town. You will find both retails that are there, etc. So how do you engage them? Yes, we do engage them only on disasters, etc., but on a sustainable level. What becomes their corporate social investment into those areas in terms of dealing with this problem? Even where you have got people sleeping without food, there are these retail shops there that are available. But it's a question, again, of approaching them. I hope from here we'll be able to package this proper discussion from the point of corporate social investment and how best do we utilize that much more to assist. So we better help people, not hand to mouth, better help people to use the land and till the land, so that they can produce. That's why I said to the Department of Agriculture this time around, we must go all out and make sure that where there are community gardens, all of them are plowed, and so that we can see from there. We grew up in this rural province. We knew during that autumn season, poverty is dealt with there, because we are able to go to the garden and get all fresh food, fresh produce and all that, which of course will be nutritious. I know now most of this are derived from a genetically modified seeds and all that, but generally that's nutritious when you get it fresh from there. So we need to go back to basic and get ourselves that. I know with our grants now, it makes everybody to run to town than to focus in the community garden that people have. So we still have to go back and motivate our people. We are looking at those possibilities with agriculture on how also to assist them. People no longer have the cattle to use to plow their community gardens. Our government should come in with all the implements to assist them to work better. We're even getting that presentation in the last committee that we were dealing with. So the children giving birth, it's a really nightmare. You know, that recently we were getting that statistics again. I think since April until now, we've got about 117 in our province, children between 10 years and 14 years of age. It's no longer an issue of hiding it. If there's an intention to hide it, it's a societal problem. Those kids, probably most of them are with their parents, are staying with their parents. So government, we can do everything, and we've started with our awareness campaigns in schools everywhere. But I think the society must stand up. Parents must be parents. must parent their kids. And you can no longer adopt an ostrich approach because we are faced with a crisis and run away because you have never been brought like this as a parent. Times have changed. You've got to talk to your kids. We've got to be that best teacher to your children. If you're not, then we're going to continue experiencing problems like this. So, yes, of course, the challenges of the statutory rape and other issues, some of these children are coming out of that. And now you have got a child who's hated by mother and the father is nowhere to be found. So that child becomes a permanent orphan while parents are existing. So these are difficult issues that as government every day we are grappling with. Yeah, well, I think I would have tried, Commissioner, to capture, but I do agree with all the issues that we are raising, and I hope that the Human Rights Commission will help us to also, at some point, I'm happy with your approach that you have called the National Government Department, but you called the officials. It would have been better that you called ministers here and DGs, not just to call a DG, as you have done with the Premier. Thank you.
No, thank you, Honorable Premier. We can assure you that this being a provincial hearing, we are moving towards October, planning a national hearing on issues related to the right to food. And there we will be calling all of the relevant ministers to grapple with this issue. We must deal with it at a local level, provincial level, and national level. We certainly assure you. But thank you so much, Honorable Premier. And we also accept your invitation that we must work together with yourselves. That is the approach that we are taking. We have a common client, which is the citizens of this country, the citizens of this province, and it works best for us when we take a collaborative approach. So thank you so much. I'm now going to hand over to the chairperson of the Human Rights Commission to also engage with your presentation. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chairperson of the hearing. Premier, may I add, thank you for your presentation and thank you for the questions that were received and answered. But I think the elephant in the room is we concentrating on the old Bantustans, where there's pockets of rich areas in your province. When we look at the Sundays River, we look at the tourist industry in the southern part of your province. We look at let us take Ellisdale, and next to it is a very famous game park that produce millions of monies because the tourists are flocking there. And Bushman's Creek and all of those areas, that whole area that is there. And the Sundays River, the whole issue about the citrus industry that produce a lot of exports and all of those. When we look at the other areas, that where we can but we're not talking about the other areas. How does that economic development impact on the province? So the Nuga port, how is it developing? How do we get more of the job opportunities that are there? So that's the first question, Premier. It is, we are sitting here today, talk about one section of society that is going through all of this angst and pain. The second thing that I wanted to ask you as a question, when we say we've got billions of rands in having roads being built, I mean, why are those roads, billions of rands, not translating into economic impact in the areas where people are getting those jobs? You raised the issue of Kolobeni. And yes, that's a huge opportunity that is there. Because if we think about from, if you take it from Port Edward and where your province starts, right up to East London, I think it's about 27 bridges that were built. But Kolobeni people have been in court and outside court, and it would be very important, and we've offered as the Human Rights Commission that we could mediate between the community of Kolobeni and Sandral, because Sandral is there, and then also the government to say, how can we find a solution? And our engagement with the Madiba Crisis Committee over a period of time, we haven't engaged them in the last year or so, but they were open to mediation. And we've asked to mediate on that issue, because you are absolutely correct. It will not only create jobs, but also bring the different towns closer to one another with all of those bridges that are there. The people of Amadiba Crisis Committee are saying there are still, where Sandral is going to go, there are graves of the people during the war that are still there, and they want to engage on it as to how to protect the sacredness of those graves. So, Premier, yes, you are absolutely correct that, these roads create jobs, but we need to see how it results in the change of lives of our people. If we say there's R1 billion, how much goes into the changing of people's lives? So on the first question about, the two sides of the province, and we really need to look at how does that impact. And lastly, Premier, it's about the municipalities, and I want to phrase it in the following manner. We at Makana municipality here 2-3 weeks ago, PM?
Yes, Chair.
3 weeks ago. We've called for the dissolution of that municipality, because there's a place called Nkanini, where there's thousands of people living. I walked it there. There are no toilets. There are water, yes, pockets of water, but people don't have water, and people even inside some of the towns. But they call it the west and the east. The west part is your town. They fixed every road, they fixed the road. The west side are your townships. The east side are your townships. And that's where problems are. Your municipalities are a problem because, and I've phrased it in the following way. One of our members in the commission told me about 2 months ago, when engaging, not in your province, Most Honorable Premier, but we're engaging in one province and asking, why are you only looking after this part of town and not that part of town? And this person, who's very high up in the officialdom, said, because that's our tax base. That's our tax base. So we look after our tax base, whether that's correct or not, but people can see it physically. If I can take you Mangahung, and Bloemendal, when you go there, it's terrible. But if you just go into town, not town, but into the suburbs, no potholes, no sewage running in the street. But, so municipalities need to ensure that they look after everybody in their facilities. Because if we then believe what this person is saying, they look after the tax base, what are we saying about the poor people that buy condensed milk? They also pay VAT on it. It's also a tax that's coming to the fiscus, and the fiscus are providing also towards the municipalities. So if we can get the municipalities to really also work for everyone in there, but particularly for the poor, so that the poor can benefit and through that. So, Mr. Honorable Premier, so those are my comments, and if you want to comment, you're free to do so, Premier. But I need to say, lastly, you know, Honourable Premier, we can have all this data, we can have all these policies, we can all of these programs, but if our officials are not committed, and I think it must start there, our officials must be committed to say, we want these programs to work. We want not children to die of hunger, and we commit ourselves to that. And our officials, and there are many good women and men in our departments that work hard, that goes the extra mile. But we do need to do more about our officials. And really, Honourable Premier, I don't even want to talk about our towns, because one of the dangers of our towns is that when I engage the police in the Eastern Cape, in the different towns, at least I do try to have got now a bypass road. But other towns, we have a serious problem about congestion. Congestion, because it's one road through, and some of the police officers are telling me if there's a robbery there, they can't get there, you know, and because of the congestion. But, you know, I also seen, you know, some, and I go back to this selectability. You know, if you go to, you know, if you go down from after Digeni, the roads are beautiful. But once you get into Cookhouse, it's beautiful, it's nice, it's right. And it appears that where there are farmers, commercial farmers, there are proper roads. It appears. I'm not saying it's a fact, it appears. But if you go to Whittlesea and you go to Mtwagasi, the roads are getting bad. So I'm just saying to Honourable Premier, so that we can say what money government puts in to build roads must have a translation into economic development and economic benefit for the poor. Thank you, Honourable Premier.
Thank you so much, Chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission. Honourable Premier, I now hand over to yourself for responses.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And I'm just looking at time because I was targeting that 11 for something else. Well, the issue of the roads is a very subject that is close to my heart. As I've said earlier on, I was literally convinced by Chinese when I was there telling me that if you want to be rich, build roads. So I'm internalizing that. Government is working very hard, both national and provincial, through SANRAL, to roll out major road infrastructure revamp in our province. We are improving our provincial road network, R61, R62, R63, everywhere. As I'm speaking to you, you know, the other political party used to stand in the boundary of Eastern Cape and Western Cape and Shores Road on the other side, vis-a-vis the other road on the other side. But that road is a national road. It is done by the same national government. But an impression gets created as if the other government is not working well. And I was happy that I was there in Maesgent and Cacriel areas, Jobetina and Carriedo areas, that the entire road now from the boundaries of the Oudtshoorn going down, three contractors are hitting the ground, improving that major road infrastructure that takes you down to Carriedo and ultimately connected to N2 in the Tsitsigama area. Roads that are being done now by either provincial government or SANRAL have got social responsibility if you look at almost all villages that are adjacent to major road infrastructure, they've got surfaced roads that are entering those. They've got those packages, either surfaced or those roads are paved. If you go to Pondoland now, a lot of rural areas along the N2 highway, they've got access of tarred roads into their own rural villages. And there are set-asides, targets, 30% local SMMEs. So that's an impact that we are driving to make sure that when that road is finished, you are seeing not just the road, but an improvement, a social, economic profile of the community. Sahrc is doing very well. It's doing very well, Sahrc, in our province, with all those road packages that are being done. They go beyond even agricultural programs. If you come down to Msikaba area where we've got another bridge, if you go to those communities, also relocating people are being built beautiful houses, those who are relocated out of the main road. There's a strong social facilitation. We can't build road on top of graves. That's why we always invite communities to participate in that. Yes, some they've got an element of being mischievous. Immediately people know that there's a road that's going to be built here, they quickly go and build next to the road so that they are relocated. It's wrong, and we're condemning that. It delays every project. So we've got a couple of areas that we're unable to build those roads as quick as possible because we must negotiate the relocation of people, etc. So whether it is in Bizana or anywhere, government of the people, by the people, for the people. That's the reason why we've got Human Rights Commission in South Africa. It's exactly to make sure that we all jealously guard those government or institution of constitutional democracy like yourselves, to make sure that the government is checked at all material times in protecting the human rights. Human rights is a very fundamental issue in South Africa, having inherited a country like the one that we have, that we're still talking to as we speak. So I'm saying on the provincial road network, yes, the problem that we have, 90% of roads in Eastern Cape are gravel roads. But we have improved significantly from 1994. There was no concept of access road. Rural people knew nothing about the road that enters the communities. Now we've got damaged roads because of the frequency of the climate change or the global warming disastrous effects. So we are building those roads every year. Municipalities are working on those roads in rural areas to improve the road network. But on provincial road, we're doing everything now. As you are speaking, whether you're from King Williamstown, Alice, Makoma, Nyaha, Kobongaba, you go to Cookhouse, that road is beautiful. It has been recently done. Whether you go beyond to Blue Crane areas, down to Graaf Reinet, that road is solid. I'm talking about those that I've traveled myself. I've checked around. I know the maintenance of N10 is going to be a challenge with a lot of trucks that are moving up and down because of manganese. It's another issue. That's why we've been making a call to Port National that we need to toll that road. The activity that is happening down there, and that road is meant to be demanding more from government taxpayers' money. We should be finding other ways and means of compensating, because it's business trucks, a lot of trucks that are traveling between Northern Cape down to Kuha and ITZ combined, currently they are, which accounts to almost close to 15,000 employees that are accessing that is happening there. A lot of manufacturing that is happening there in that space. As we are hard at work in trying to diversify the economy from the over-reliance on the auto sector for more than 6 decades. Now that auto sector is feeling the pinch of the 30% to improve the GDP of our province. So and social profile of our people, Commissioner. Yes, town planning. You know, those towns have never been planned to be towns. That's the biggest problem. We are not necessarily focusing on Transkei or Ciskei, as you were saying, but this is where we've got the biggest problem. Our Tambo district population is bigger than population of Buffalo City as a metro, is bigger than population of Nelson Mandela as a metro. So it's about 1.4 million in our Tambo. So huge, and this is where we've got the biggest problem. Our Tambo and Alfred Nzo are both most poorest district in the country. So you can do everything else. That's why these problems are more prevalent that side. So we've got to go east as provincial government in order to confront and deal with these challenges that we're having in that particular part of the province. It's not a question of elevating them against. For the last 20 years or so, we've been focusing on the border and the west end of the province. That's why we've got Kocha in Kabeja and Island and IDZ. Now we're working on another third SZ, which is Wild Coast SZ, which is going to be started as a agri-park around Mtata, which must focus in addressing problems of that other side. With the dam that was conceptualized in 1960 is only being implemented now, Mzimvubu Dam, which will be covering about more than 700,000 people, providing them with clean water. A lot could happen there, your tourism, your fishing, and all those other issues that will come with the dam. So these are big things that I'm talking about are happening now to change the socio-economic outlook of our province. So, Commissioner, we are trying. I know the plans that we're having as we improving N2 from Durban down here. And when that N2 highway is done, it will cut the time of the trucks by almost 3 hours, trucks that are traveling between Durban and East London. So it's a huge logistic improvement from an economic point of view. So we're doing a lot, and as you have seen, the Ndabaga's interchange, beautiful interchange there on N2. Second phase of that is the bypass away from Butterworth, so that you move away from the congestion that you are also seeing in Butterworth. So we've got plans, and at least we are working on those plans with Sandra and the National Department of Transport. There's work that is being happening, whether you are looking at your Wellises or bridges. Remember, municipalities are given legally portion. The funny part about the funding formula of South Africa, you give more money in national government. As you go down, you squeeze and squeeze in the local municipalities. Other municipalities are given 15 million and it's said to be meek. That 15 million, you can't even build a single bridge. That's why you have got all low-lying bridges in the municipalities. They don't have money. Enough money to actually fund that, and everybody blames municipality. Everybody goes into that and all that. Magana, for example, we've been doing a lot as I'm speaking. We've sent a lot of intervention recently to assist the municipalities from national, the senior capable managers to work into that situation. But that municipality has been going down, need a lot of support. The infrastructure, the biggest problem, that infrastructure is dilapidating. Water infrastructure across our municipalities, that's the biggest problem. Whether you are in Gauteng, whether you go anywhere, that infrastructure is dilapidated, and the country has grown. The capacity itself is no longer able to accommodate the population that we had in the past. So that's the biggest problem that we are facing with all these challenges of service delivery that are really coming up quite strongly every day. As I said, the Commissioner, we're doing a lot in terms of social infrastructure, particularly on our catalytic projects, and we're going to continue dealing with that in ensuring that our communities are brought along. We don't want courts to decide over issues of development because people are not happy, whether it's Kolobeni or whatever. We want government to take full responsibility, talk to people. We are government of the people, for the people, by the people. So well-known officials, every government is in the office through manifesto. We said, so we're building a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous country. So this country, whether a party wins or not, there will be government, no matter how that government is formed. So there will be government. So it's important, the democratic dispensation part of it. So those who are in office, they cannot blame officials. Officials must be made to work. We earn salaries in government. You can only earn something if you have worked for it. You can't earn a salary when you have not worked. So we must make officials work. That's why you need visionaries in government to lead government with vision, over and above the vision of that particular manifesto. But if we lack that leadership, we'll look for somebody else to blame. And we must take full responsibility as leadership to lead government to change people's life. Thanks so much, Commissioner.
No, thank you so much, Honorable Premier. We have now come to the end of our engagement with you. As we thanked you for honoring the time and being here on time, we equally thank you for exceeding the time that you had allocated for yourself to be here. Thank you so much. And we also just want to apologize. We know that the Department of Home Affairs was also expecting to be here for a particular time. So no, we will be, Honorable Premier. So mine is just to summarize some of the key takeaways for us as we leave. The one is to start where you ended. When we said we want to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state, it's a state that is moving us away from a system of colonial conquer, a system where people did not have a say in how they are governed. And I want to start where the chair also touched in relation to the engagement you would have had with Shell yesterday, to say that the very struggle against colonialism was a struggle that recognized that multinational corporations came into the country and they said, we have found minerals here, and therefore we are going to move you from your land that you have spiritual links with, because in the interest of economic development, we want to develop you because you are underdeveloped. And therefore, we are going to move, whether you consent or not, we are going to move you from this land in the interest of developing you. And we waged a struggle as a people to say that people should not be moved from their right to land on the basis of economic development. And that must be a principle that guides us even now. Where people have linkages and rights to land, they should not be moved, even if it is for economic development. They must have the final say in their rights to land. That is the first takeaway, Honorable Premier, that we thought we should emphasize, and this goes to the Eastern Cape and the rest of South Africa. People should not be deprived of their right to land in the interest of economic development. Honorable Premier, we agree with you. We are trying to balance a situation of a growing population against limited resources. And your point about self-sufficiency must be re-emphasized. In your submissions, you said that one of the aims of your government is to ensure that people are self-dependent, that they are not relying on the state, which is why through this working group, the second working group that you have created in your office, which is, I'm just trying to find it again, the Food Security, Land Reform and Agriculture Commercialization Working Group. That is a very critical component of the work that must be done to ensure that the citizens of this province are self-reliant and self-dependent, so that they release some of the burden from the state of ensuring that they go to bed fed. We have sufficient land in this province. We are blessed with some of the most beautiful climates in the world. People travel from all over the world to enjoy our climate. But not only that, this country wastes more than 10 million tons of food annually, more than 60 billion rands. We waste it. While on the same hand, there are people who are going to bed hungry without food to eat. What that tells us is that this is a problem that is not a problem that should not be a problem. It's a problem, as you have said, Honorable Premier, of a failure to think outside of the box, a failure to move away from the ways things have always been done. Commissioner Makwasha mentioned earlier that when we engaged with some of the departments yesterday, we heard from the Department of Social Development, Basic Education, that they have been attempting a program of school gardens across the province. And they had invited the Department of Agriculture to partner with them. But they were having challenges in terms of the responsiveness of the Department of Agriculture in coming to the table. And that has hindered progress. And from our view, had such an initiative come to pass, we would have moved the needle even further than we have moved it. Now, we are quite inspired by this food security land reform. We wish to receive a more comprehensive report into the work that this working group is doing. But in response, Honorable Premier, to your invitation that the Human Rights Commission should continue to work with yourselves in addressing these problems, let me take a step back, Honorable Premier. You will remember that 2 years ago, we met with yourself and your full cabinet, where we agreed that we would build a relationship where we engage regularly, through which our provincial manager and your DG would also engage regularly to monitor the work that we are doing, to also be able to assist the Office of the Premier to have a more speedily access to the Commission. We want to revive that relationship, to say, let us meet on a regular basis. But in addressing this particular problem, let us ensure, one, on the level of the officials, the provincial manager and the DG must continue to meet in addressing child malnutrition, to receive a report of this working group, but to link this working group with the Department of Agriculture as well as the Department of Education. Let us ensure, Honorable Premier, that every school in this province has a backyard garden. The current practice is that through the school nutrition program, the schools are going to the market, to Spar and to other commercial shops and retailers to buy the food that they need to feed the children. Whereas they've got arable land in their backyard. You've got youth that are creative, as you have mentioned, who are unemployed, some of them who are studying, some of them who would be more than willing and available to assist in managing these gardens in the schools, which can then feed children, which can also then feed the communities in turn. So this is a problem. If we all collectively work together and think outside of the box, that can be resolved within the next year, Honorable Premier. We are saying we are coming to the table, we are offering ourselves to work together with yourself and to rely on your office to bring in the Department of Agriculture, to bring in the Department of Basic Education, so that we move towards a situation where every school in this province has a garden, all children are fed, and the communities are also fed. You are quite correct. There are households where the children are not going to school. They are headed by other children or headed by a grandmother. They too could benefit from some of this food. So it's a matter of culture, of changing the culture. One of the successes of the colonial project was to assist the colonized to forget about their own ways of doing things. The cultures of Ubuntu, the cultures of self-reliance have long been forgotten. And it's not a matter of a mistake. It was a well-thought-out project, because if you forget who you are, then you can be governed by that which is foreign to you. So part of the task of the provincial government is to assist the citizens of this province to remember their own ways of doing things, of caring for each other, of caring for the land, and of being self-reliant and self-dependent. That is the main takeaway that we leave you with, and it's a challenge that we leave you with, Honorable Premier. Once again, thank you very much for your time. I'm now going to offer you a few minutes to offer us your closing remarks before then we leave, because you were only just responding to questions, so just your closing remarks and your takeaways, and thereafter we can excuse you. Thank you so much, Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Chair. And once again, thank you to the commissioners. We really wanted to express our sincere word of gratitude for the opportunity presented. I view this platform as a platform of raising awareness about the problem we are confronting. We could say a lot in our own political space and other platforms created, but it will never be punchy enough done outside the Human Rights Commission, because here we talk about the human rights that have been fought for by so many, and many died for. We definitely want to invest in the future of this country, and there's no other way to invest in the future of this country by failing to look after the young ones. So we've got to protect our children to guarantee this country a bright future. So I view this platform quite serious, and I'm quite happy that it's going up national. There should be no holy cows. Everybody must be held accountable. I think that's the only way that we can do that, is the work that is being done by Chapter 9, Chapter 10 institution of our Constitution that will help government to focus more. I commit and I promise that all what we've presented here, we will live by it, and we'll make sure that it works. We'll try our level best. And as you said, some of these issues are low hangings. It's just a question of a collaborative and integrated approach. Government still need to fight the cancer of silo mentality. We've got to professionalize the administration. We've got to make sure that we don't build systems around individual. We institutionalize systems so that even if I'm not here, the systems continues to deliver as per the expectation. So I take this as a lesson. I've never been here. I've been in meetings where I'm not subpoenaed. So I've been invited a lot by Human Rights Commission, and I always find it easy to come to meetings. I was not sure whether must I bring lawyers on this one or not. That's why I decided to bring this chief state law advisor next to me, so that he just tells me, and I don't go that direction. So thank you very much, and I really viewed this discussions quite enriching, and also quite capacitating to me as well. A lot of mkhabulo, yes. So a lot of mkhabulo, I do take that. It's a real takeaway. Thank you so much.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Premier. You may now be excused. Thank you so much. Thank you. We will then take a 10-minute interval while we invite the Department of Home Affairs to take their seat. Thank you so much. Colleagues, welcome back. Thank you very much for your time this morning once again. We are continuing with the subpoena hearing. I'd now like to welcome our colleagues from the Department of Home Affairs. Welcome, colleagues. We were given very strict orders from the Premier, which you all heard, that we must not be lenient on you. That's on a lighter note. Thank you so much, colleagues, for joining us this morning. My name is Pili Lenduli. I'm a commissioner of the South African Human Rights Commission. I'll be co-chairing this hearing with the chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission on my left, Reverend Chris Nissen, and on his left, on my far left, is Commissioner Sahrc Malnutrition, who is also a commissioner of the South African Human Rights Commission. And to my right is the provincial manager of the South African Human Rights Commission in the Eastern Cape province. I'm now going to hand over to the chairperson just to welcome you, and thereafter I will hand over to Commissioner Malnutrition to administer the oath. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Good morning to all of you once again, DG, DDG, Provincial Manager, Director, or Chief Director, well, another part. But you are facing a very difficult task in both Payne City and in Kensington. So, but thank you for availing yourself here and being our partner at every level, wherever we find ourselves in every province. We can always know when you call you will be there for us. Not for us, but for our clients that we have. As Commissioner Tulis, the chairperson of this hearing, is saying, inquiry is saying that, you know, we are serving the same people. And therefore collaboration between us is so important for us to resolve the issues that you have. Of course, you know, the issue of undocumented children, you know, I'm always saying people just think about it is only children that are coming into this country. But, you know, sometimes we have to call a horsey or a chief to say, can you verify that you know, that child is from that village? Because sometimes it's not only the child that's undocumented, even the mother doesn't have a birth certificate. In fact, it's difficult. So it's then you've got to go back to the chief and say, can you please find out for us? Can you verify? Can you give us an affidavit in order to help those undocumented individuals? But thank you so much and welcome once again here. And I hope the PM will give you a tough time.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, for that. I'll now hand over to Commissioner Malnutrition to administer the oath.
Thank you, Chairperson of the subpoena hearing, and thank you to the Chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission. Again, mine is the non-glamorous job of swearing you in. I just want to know which of the representatives from Home Affairs will be presenting and answering questions. If it is all of you, then I'll just ask you then to start right at the end. Maybe let's start with one person standing, not all of you, just one person at a time, and then they'll introduce themselves, give us their full names, and then we'll start there. Good morning, sir. Full names for the record.
Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Chair, and the Chair of the session, and the PM. My name is Tommy Makode. I'm DG at the Department of Home Affairs.
So will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
Oath, Commissioner.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Duly sworn in. You can pass on to your next colleague.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Chairperson and Provincial Manager. My name is Emily Mlangeni, the Provincial Manager for Home Affairs in Eastern Cape.
Ma'am, will you be taking an affirmation or an oath?
I'll be taking an oath.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear that everything I'm about to say is the truth and nothing but the truth.
So say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, Chairperson, Commissioners, and all present today. My name is Thomas Sigama. I'm the Deputy Director General in the Department of Home Affairs nationally.
So will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I will be taking an oath.
Do you say that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So, whatever I'll be saying is the truth, and so help me God.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, the Commissioners, and the Provincial Manager. I am Temminkosi Mnono, the District Manager Operations for the Sahrc and the Nelson Mandela Metro.
So will you be taking an affirmation or an oath?
An oath.
Do you say that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. All sworn in. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. No, it's not. Yes, now that's better. No, thank you very much, Commissioner Makwasha, and thank you very much, Chairperson of the Human Rights Commission. DG, I now hand over to yourself to walk us through your presentation as submitted in response to the subpoena notice and the request for information therein. Over to you, DG.
No, thank you so much, Chair of the session, to the Chairperson of the Commission, Reverend Nissen, Commissioner Makwasha, and of course Dr. Akata, the PM. I think the team has already introduced themselves during the affirmation. So I'll then take you through the presentation. I just have a huge time constraint. I should have joined Minister Lamule at Beitbridge on the issue that you've raised around undocumented children, either from Zimbabwe and others, but also I have a bereavement that I need to attend to in Limpopo. So the colleagues have agreed to take the affirmation because they'll be able to respond to specific issues that will be raised. Safe to say, PM, we've already submitted 2 reports, and we are due to submit the third report shortly, which will deal with some of the issues that you have raised. But one of the issues that I think I need to raise is the issue that you have raised around coordination. And as the Human Rights Commission, my recollection, Commissioner Nduli, is that you came and presented at FOSAT, which is the correct forum to solicit coordination from government departments. And I think it will be my recommendation that that should be followed up with presentations and tracking at the various FOSAT clusters, in particular the social cluster or the GISKIT cluster that's got a number of government departments that are supposed to assist in the implementation of some of the issues that you've raised. So that's the outline of the presentation. I think the purpose we've already indicated. We'll give you a background on the Department of Home Affairs. But what's really our mandate? I'm not sure if the mic is still working, okay? And then the vision and of course the legislative framework, but also what do we believe are the benefits of birth registration? You've already spoken to some of those. And then the categories of birth registration, I think Commissioner Nissen spoke about undocumented children. It's not only a huge problem for foreigners, but also South Africans, particularly here in the Eastern Cape. And DDG Gama will also speak about, earlier you spoke about children, I think it was the Premier, between the age of 10 and 14 that are giving birth. Now ordinarily, those children will not have IDs because they are underage. So we then do what is known as false registration. And then when they become of age, it becomes another issue because either the mother is not there to go and fix the problem or an amendment. So these are some of the challenges that we have. And then of course the population estimate, I think the Premier has dealt with that. The issue that I wanted to raise was that in a country where you have a population of 63 million people, the Department of Home Affairs only has about 7,000 staff members, 7,200 to be precise, out of an allocation we're supposed to have about 18,000. So translated, commissioners, It's about 39% of our staff complement. That's what we have. And you'll see, here in the Eastern Cape, Mr. Mnunu was just reminding me that they only have 500. And out of that 500, you subtract 76 that deals with immigration. So you've got about 430 that must crisscross the entire province to provide services. But we're not complaining, because we are of the view that through digital transformation that Commissioner Carter says, PM Carter says she has embraced, we should be able to reach more people. And then we've got health facilities that also provide these services. We'll speak about that. And then we do have some numbers which I think you can utilize on unregistered children at a national level. But these are mainly those that have presented themselves with the parents to register for what is known as late birth registration. And I think it's an area where we can collaborate, working with yourselves and also communities to make sure that we eradicate this phenomenon. And then we'll then speak about where we are with regards to implementing the recommendations. And then, of course, we do know that at a global level, the birth rate is declining, and it's declining at an even faster rate, and some recommendations that we will make. So the purpose, I think it's already outlined. I'm not going to go back there, but safe to say on slide number 4, the campaign really around the national population registration, if you recall, was launched in 2010 by the President of the Republic and the Minister of Home Affairs to do two things. One is to actively promote awareness of the importance of citizenship and identity, and birth registration is really the foundation of that identity. And of course, this links then to the need to register birth of all citizens. Not only do we focus on South Africans, but also anyone who's in the country. And of course, the underlying strategy is to ensure that registration after birth becomes the single point of entry into the National Population Register. And Mr. Skama was telling me earlier that on the African continent, Egypt sits at 100%, followed by Algeria, followed by Tunisia. Namibia has learned a lot from us across. But what they've done differently, they've automated, and they are now moving as well towards that 100% coverage. So there are lessons that we can pick up from there. But what is crucial is also to ensure that our population register has integrity and security, which is why we encourage South African citizens to register children's birth immediately once they're born, or within 30 days, and that's in the regulations as well. So we've therefore adopted a strategy, Commissioner, to then say, how do we then partner with health facilities, both in the private and in the public sector, to make sure that they avail maternity wards where we can register birth at an earlier opportunity, which I think works for all of us. But we are also of the view that births, because they can also be registered at our local offices and also at our mobile unit offices. Eastern Cape at about 16, we've increased that to about 31 as the end of August. This is what we call Home Affairs on Wheels. They go to all the rural communities. And it will be important, PM, to invite PM Carter to some of those outreach activities to give an indication that actively we're trying to reach as many people as possible within the limited resources that we have. And of course, we have about 348 offices across the country where birth can be registered, and we have a presence at about 474 health facilities, and countrywide, 220 mobile units that is capable of registering birth, including weddings that people present and say, we want to register that we are marriage in particular. Now, slide number 5 just illustrates where we are now. We'll want to deliver, in terms of our vision, a home affairs at home. So currently people visit our offices, but we want to turn that around and make sure that even with your mobile device that is secure, you should be able to access home affairs services. So we'll want to have a home affairs that is digitally transformed, but that contributes to drive economic growth, job creation, enhance national security, but also deliver efficient and dignified services to our clients. You'll see there, our tagline now says, delivering dignity for all, irrespective of whether you're a foreign national or you're a South African. And then, of course, the mission is to ensure that we are committed to citizen empowerment and inclusivity. That's the critical word, inclusivity, economic development, and, of course, national security. And then we'll want to ensure that, of course, we are efficient by securing the custodianship of citizenship and civil registration, which I've said it's really the foundation of identity. And of course, the second one is to manage international migration. And how do we do that? We'll want to use agile and innovative practices, and of course, managing asylum seekers and refugees. Our mandate is clearly stated there on that slide, the management of citizenship and civil registration, and then of course, management of international migration and refugee protection. Now, the next slide just illustrates, commissioners, the legislative mandate within which we operate as the Department of Home Affairs. The first one, I'm not going to take you through this here, the Human Rights Commission. This is really the tools that you utilize to subpoenas to these hearings. Of course, the critical one here, it's the Birth and Death Registration Act of 1992, which is on page 7 of the little booklet that we have, and then, of course, the Citizenship Act. So I'm not going to dwell too much on the legislative framework, because this is something that I believe the Commission is familiar with. But then what are then the benefits? On slide number 7 of birth registration, the first one, it's what we spend the bulk of the morning discussing about. You will then have evidence-based planning, because you've got data. This is what the commissioner were referring to. But also you'll be able to focus to meet strategic objectives. You'll be able to look at the number of schools that are required in the next 2-3 years. You'll be able to look at the number of teachers. There's a report that says the current number of teachers that are there in the system are all, almost majority of them are about to exit. How do we then make sure that we plan for the next intake? But critical, which is why we're here, is how do we make sure that children are able to access these, whether it's social grants, it's health facilities, the constitutional enshrined rights. Then the second one, of course, is to make sure that, and we do work with the Department of Basic Education. We have an MOU with them, to make sure that learners that are in matric are able to write exams with proper smart ID cards, but also to make sure that young learners are able to be admitted at schools, including preschools, in line with the schools admission policies. The third area is, of course, to minimize activities related to fraud and corruption. Of course, we do know in the sporting fraternity, that's a huge challenge, including identity theft. PM Carter was earlier referring to the case that was before the Concord on the blocked IDs, which we have said we've already unblocked the majority. Initially, we had blocked about 2.5 million, which we have now unblocked. We're left with just a small number, around 300,000, that is currently being reviewed. So that's really, these are some of the challenges. And of course, we want to eliminate the late birth registration and then improve the quality of the population register. So if you go to slide number 8, it then relates to the categories of birth registration. The first one, this is our wish that it can happen, and we'll really implore the Commission to assist us with this, is that the notice of birth is registered within 30 days. In terms of Regulation 3. That will then assist us to avoid late birth registration. The second one is to make sure that notice of birth is registered after 30 days, but before 1 year, at least. That's the category of late birth registration. And that's quite rife in this province, in the Eastern Cape. I was in Matatiele the other week. There's a room that's got loads and loads of files for late birth registration, and the director can then speak to some of those issues. And then, of course, notice of birth is registered after 1 year in terms of Regulation 5. Then the fourth one, It's what Commissioner, the Chair, spoke about, Commissioner Nelson, on the birth of children born of permanent residents and also refugees, and then the notice of birth of children born of non-South Africans that might be here because of temporary asylum seeker permits in terms of Regulation 8. And then you also have abandoned or orphaned children. So we do cater for that as well. And then those children that are born outside the Republic of South Africa, how do we then deal with that? Now, with regards to an issue that's been raised over and over, with regards to children of foreign nationals, we normally provide what is known as a record of birth. And then the embassy then takes the responsibility of enrolling that child on their register. On the 8th of December 2021, we had a march to the Department of Home Affairs by an organization known as the Consortium for Refugees and Migrants in South Africa, COMSA, which I think the Commission is familiar with. They were basically demanding that children of asylum seekers and refugees should be registered, which we already do, but not on the population register of South Africa. Now, following that march, the then Minister of Home Affairs, Dr. Motsoaledi, then met with the UNHCR Assistant Commissioner to solicit their views whether our position was correct. This was Ms. Gillian Triggs. She has since retired. And it had been preceded by a meeting that we had had in Geneva with Commissioner Filippo Grandi, who was or still remains a commissioner of the UNHCR, just to seek clarity around this issue. Now, what we're then told by the UNHCR was that we're not obliged as South Africa to grant citizenship to every child that is born in the South African territory, in particular non-South Africans, unless commissioners, there's an indication that that will lead to statelessness. That was the agreed position, and that is in line with the 1961 Convention on the Reduction of Statelessness. Now, it's important to note that South Africa is not yet a signatory to the 1961 Convention. Now, that meeting between the Minister of Home Affairs and the Assistant Commissioner also agreed that the current practice that we utilize, which is really to record the birth of children to those of foreign nationals, is the correct one, which is to give them a record of birth, and then they then go to their embassy. Interestingly, a number of ambassadors were part of that meeting that we had with the UNHCR Commissioner. And the Commissioner at that meeting emphasized that countries on the African continent need to take responsibility for their nationals that are here as well. And I think Zimbabwe, to a large extent, has done some work around that, including Mozambique and, of course, Angola being the leading one. Because they then have to present themselves to their embassies so that the parents of the country of origin can then be assisted. So there was also an agreement that a common statement will be drafted to define what is referred to as a stateless person. This is work that's ongoing, commissioners. We have not concluded this work with the UNHCR, and we intend to do that. Now, the next slide just basically gives you an illustration of what the Premier referred to. Slide number 10. It's just a population, or the stats on the population, which is really the midterm population estimate. And you can see on the fourth column, you will note the population for the Eastern Cape sitting at probably 7.2. But this is where our challenge is as a Department of Home Affairs. We have to service this population of 7.2 with a staff complement of 500, which is really a huge constraint. Now, the next slide, which is slide number 11, then gives you categories of health facilities where we do register this birth. Throughout the country, there's 1,445 health facilities. These are public facilities. We also work with private health facilities. Now, they are categorized according to the numbers of birth that takes place at these facilities. Priority number one, normally, that is where you'll get about 5,000 births per year, per annum, or 400 per month. And in this province, in particular, we have three hospitals that are in this category, which will be Doranginza, which will be Nelson Mandela Academic, and then Freya Hospital. And then, of course, priority number two, between 5,002, about 27 are done. Our target is to reach 86. And of course, we do have a funding constraint because it's not just a registration point. It has to be served by an official that needs to be there. And then priority number three, between 2,000 and 1,000. Of course, we've already done 7. There's still 32 that needs to be done. And then the next priority is between 1,000 and 500. Of course, you will note that there's 0 there because it's not really a priority that we've really serviced for now. And then less than 500, there's 1 that we've done, and then there's 2 that we need to do. So all in all, you'll note that there's 161 where we've connected. But of course, the challenge is to make sure that we increase and ensure that the coverage reaches quite more people so that we're able to register birth at those hospitals. Now, this next slide, then on slide number 12, Commissioner, just basically illustrate the connected health facilities. These are health facilities where we do provide these services. You will note in the Eastern Cape, right up there, at about 72, I think that number is now increased to about 99. We're now sitting at 99. Of course, these are health facilities where parents can actually register births before they actually leave the hospital. I'll just focus on that, and then the others refer to the other provinces. But in addition, in this province specifically, we have 53 physical service points. These are Home Affairs offices. We've just opened another one in Lusikisiki on the N2 2 years ago. And then another one will be officially opened by the minister in Matatiele. It's an office that where we were allocated office space by the municipality. And the Premier was quite insistent. Every time he drove through there, he will call and ask, what is the progress on this office? So we're 53, and then I think I indicated the mobiles, which have now been increased to 31. Now, for the mobile trucks, the interesting thing is that we're able to reach more people here. And for this specific financial year, we're planning to do about 5,760 visits. And we do share this information with the various stakeholders. We've got very active stakeholder forums, including in this province as well. And they are quite helpful in us disseminating the message to the communities. And then the next slide, which is quite important, slide number 13, basically gives you an illustration of where we are with these trends. You'll note that between 2010 and 2011, I'll start with the late birth registration. It was quite a huge population, 191, 100,000. That was huge. These are parents that are registering, you'll recall, beyond the 30-day period. So we started at that number, which was quite high, but through advocacy, through awareness, you'll note that by 2017, that number had already declined to about 21,030. And then incrementally, it's been going down, And then 2024, it went down to 12,933, that gray line. And then, of course, we have that spike again. And predominantly, these are people here in this specific province, in the Eastern Cape and mainly your rural provinces. These are communities where those mobiles that I've referred to, we need to intensify our reach so that those mobiles are able to go there. And if you look at the yellow line just denotes the people that are being registered 31 days up to 14 years. You'll note that number started at, it was quite high as well, around 500,000. And that has started to significantly go down. Through awareness, we're now sitting at about 129,000. But the reality is that we don't want to have that. Ordinarily, it should be births that are registered within a period of 30 days. And you can see our target. And the highest, we were at 845,000. And if you include foreign nationals, that then goes up. So those are the trends in terms of the birth registration that I just thought we needed to share. Now, let's then share with you on slide number 14 the birth registration performance. And again, I'll focus on the Eastern Cape. You'll note that office registration, we've been able to reach about 45,449. That's the first one for the Eastern Cape. But the interesting part is what we're getting from the health facilities, 32,127, which shows that the strategy is correct to make sure that we capture. And if you were to visit one of those wards, you will note that that facility is right opposite the maternity ward. So no child is supposed to escape us. And then there's 17 of foreign that's been registered. And then 31 days and above, 16,000. Again, this is something that we need to avoid. And you can see the total performance for the Eastern Cape sitting at about 94,154. So I'm not going to go to the other provinces because I think your interest is here in the Eastern Cape. Now, the next slide just reflects on the birth rate for South Africa between 1950 and 2025. You will note that it started at a high many years ago, and the birth rate then, much earlier, was quite high. And if you go to 2024, it now sits at 18.747 per thousand people, which is a 1.3 decline. From 2023, and then the next one then indicates how we've declined over the years. And it's not just here, and there are reasons for that. There's urbanization, women making more choices with their partners, of course, and access to issues such as family planning, but also career prospects for some. And the studies that we've been doing with the University of Cape Town, I think it's Life Start, that starts to look at these numbers and where our interventions are required. And then the next slide number 16, just shows the graph that continues to show the decline in the South African context. And you'll note that the birth rate dropped from 37.7 from 1974 to 18.8. That's a huge variance from that. And that source can also be accessed just to get an indication of where we're going. And then you can look at issues related to fertility. Of course, with the facilities that we have, we then need to look at if there's this decline, what do we then repurpose some of the facilities for? And then, of course, you have stats, which is what I earlier referred to, on unregistered children and nationally, and then we'll then zoom on the Eastern Cape province. If you can go to slide number 18, in the Eastern Cape province, for above 31, the number says 0 there, but those that are beyond 1 year to 7 years, it's 719. That's the number that we have. These are people that have presented themselves with the parents to say, we want to be registered. And of course, the responsibility lies with the parents to make sure that they're able to access the facility. And then between 7 years and 14 years, 259, and then 16 years and above, 1,211. And I can tell you, commissioners, that people that are at age 60, 70, 80, that don't have any identity, that we deal with as the Department of Home Affairs, mainly from your farming areas in particular. And they will tell you that in most instances, the farmer will not allow me to go and register. And that's the story that was shared by Thabo Bester's mom when we asked why you were not registered for such a long time. And we had to go to the correctional facility and make sure that he was then registered. Now, if you look at the stats for the Eastern Cape in terms of unregistered children, so between March to July, we were sitting at 32,210. These are the ones that we have registered. And then we registered 31,686 within 30 days. This is ideal. This is what we want to do. However, in the same period, we're able to miss 524. So we have not just missed them, commissioners. We do follow-ups with the hospitals. We're able to then track where these moms are so that we're able to go to some of them. And that number, 524, also includes foreign nationals. And there are reasons why some are not registered. In certain instances, it's cultural reasons. The dad must still come back and name the child. In other areas, it's activities that are related to where they don't have resources to go and register because they would have left the health facility. And if you can look at the same period, for late birth registration, about 4,000. That's a big number, 4,045. And that takes a lot of our time because that committee that looks at late birth registration, it's chaired by the provincial manager. She's just started. This is the first month. So she's got a lot of files to process because we need to make sure that there's an integrity towards the process, but also the right people get the documents. And then I've also provided the further details. But what is good is that between August 2024, I've just looked at the latest stats, to February, we were sitting at about 45,000, which is good. Now, we then have future plans on improving birth registration. What we'll want to do, this is on slide number 20, it's to make sure that we integrate some of the services and enhance, as you were saying this morning, partnerships, collaborations with social development, with Department of Education, during whatever period, whether it's during the prenatal period, so that we have sight of the moms that are to register. And then the second area is really digital transformation. How do we make sure that we do what Namibia has just done, automate online birth registration? There's work underway that we currently are working on to digitize that work. And then the third area is really community engagement, awareness, and then engagement with traditional leaders. And in this province, traditional leaders have really raised their hand to say, we're willing to assist because some of these, as you know, are registered in the traditional local authorities, and then, of course, local organizations. And then from a policy and legislative reform, we want to review and amend regulations so that it's simple, and then you are able to ensure that people don't have to fill or finalize a lot of documents. And then the process mapping of the current birth registration process. And then what you have been saying this morning, collaborations, government departments, civil society, community leaders, and then of course the Department of Health that I've referred to, and then issues related to migration, how do we then deal with those, and then proper monitoring and evaluation that needs to happen. Now I just want to, in the next few minutes, deal with the recommendations that you had made, and I apologize that these slides were not submitted timeously, so these are slides that speak to the 6 recommendations that you have made to the Department of Home Affairs. I'm aware that we are still supposed to submit a report, so I thought it will be prudent that I deal with the recommendations before the report is then shared with you. The first one, you urged us to collaborate with the Department of Social Development and to launch a registration campaign that is targeting unregistered children, ensuring their eligibility for social assistance programs, including child support grants. So we've been running continuous campaigns, including with the Department of Social Development, to encourage parents to do early registration. I think it's important to note that we've had a multimedia campaign here in the Eastern Cape, targeting Krisani, OR Tambo, Alfred Nzo, Amatole, Buffalo City, and Gqeberha, and then in the other provinces as well, but also to utilize media in particular to reach as many people as possible. And then, of course, in the Department of Home Affairs, the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs, DM and Jabulo Nzuza, has been leading efforts to make sure that young babies are then registered through the Home Affairs Services on Wheels outreach campaign. And this campaign has been taken to Kobani Hall in Gqeberha, in Buffalo City, recently on the 30th of July. And then, of course, social media campaigns to encourage parents to really register their children. And then, of course, on the next slide, which is projected there, it's the second, or still continuing on the first recommendation, it's to make sure that we participate in integrated community outreach programs, which are led by the Department of Social Development. And we've just had one on the 27th of August in Umkomazi, which was led by the Department of Social Development in the Eastern Cape. And then there was another one that was recently held in July with the Minister of Social Development. So there is that collaboration with regards to that issue. And then the next recommendation, if we can move on to the next slide, which will be slide number 24. I suppose we've submitted the slides to the team. The second one spoke about prioritizing the registration of infants under the age of 1 to ensure timely documentation. This is one of your recommendations. Now, if you look at that slide, it basically illustrates what we've been doing for the past few months. Live births starting in March, 6,217. And then in April, that increased to 6,519. And then in May, 6,788. June, 6,378. And then in July, 6,308. What was good here is that we had a target to register 600,000 births. And the Eastern Cape was able to contribute at least 69,000 out of that. Which is quite good. And if you look at those numbers, I've already spoken to some of these numbers. Of the 32,210, the Eastern Cape contributed quite a substantial number to this birth registration. So the next one then speaks to recommendation number 3, prioritize and address the backlogs in the late registration of birth applications for children under 18. You further recommended that we must compile a table with the baseline backlog per DHA office and track progress in eliminating the backlog. The good news, Commissioners, is that as of September 2024, on the next slide, 25, we had a backlog of 4,879. This is here in the Eastern Cape. Now, of the 4,879, 90% of the late registration of birth cases were finalized by the end of February 2025. And then a further 10% was finalized together with new cases during the reporting period from March to July 2025. So we've eradicated that backlog that the PM had referred to us. Of course, we continue to deal with new cases, and we can only eradicate this through more awareness and ensuring that parents are aware on the need to register children. Then there was recommendation number 4, which said we needed to collaborate, which is on slide 26, with the Department of Basic Education and the South African Social Security Agency. This is SASSA, to proactively register unregistered children in schools and on the SASSA system. The report that we would like to present here is that the Department of Social Development leads all the departments on the poverty and the child malnutrition. And here what we can report is that there's a structure that is being convened on a monthly basis, and we participate in that structure. And of course, our role as the Department of Home Affairs is to ensure that we document all children and also to ensure their registration, and then the facilitation of the mobile services to reach your rural areas. And of course, we've been doing this in partnership with the Department of Social Development for quite some time. Recommendation number 5 stated that we needed to provide a timetable with details of the number of unregistered children per school and per SASSA office, along with your progress in registering these children. And I think we've already spoken about the integrated collaboration that we have with the Department of Social Development, where we're able to share these cases and also look at the interventions that are required. Now, as we sit here, we've not had cases from SASSA that warrant our attention. But of course, as and when they arise, we do pay attention to that. So for the 2025-26 financial year, we've planned to service 942 schools. This is in this specific province, including special schools, to make sure that we do provide access. So that's with regards to recommendation number 5. On recommendation number 6, the Commission had requested us to report back every 6 months on progress that we'll be achieving in addressing the birth registration issues. We've already submitted 2 reports, as I said in my introduction. First one being in September 2024, and then the second one in March 2025. Of course, these reports have been acknowledged by the team in the Eastern Cape. As I move towards conclusion, I just want to draw the Commission's attention to some of the challenges with regards to the registration of birth. I think this is a matter that the Premier spoke about much earlier on, that amongst others, you have undocumented mothers and parents. So that challenge that I spoke about false registration of young kids, continues into particular generations. And we need to find a way to really address this challenge around undocumented parents. There are many South Africans that are still not documented. We've recently signed an agreement with about 8 banks, Capitec included, FNB, Standard Bank, Discovery, Nedbank, Old Mutual, African Bank. And what we want to do, want to make sure that where we don't have a presence, if any of these banks has a presence, they should be able to offer this Home Affairs service. And I think with the data that we have, the banks have been able to contribute immensely to registration of more than 500 in terms of smart ID cards and passports. But this is a service that we want to ensure that the banks are also able to offer, instead of anyone using money to travel from a far-flung area to visit a Home Affairs office. If there's a Capitec branch that's closer to you in Umtata, or Standard Bank or FNB, you should be able to go and access that service. So that's the agreement that we've just signed now with all these banks, including the ones that are online. Now, the second area is to make sure that registered child, however, how the mother left the child with a grandparent or relative, we've got a lot of these cases, which I think the Premier referred to. We need to find a way to make sure that we do register these children so that they're able to be part of the coverage. And then mothers giving birth at connected hospitals. There are also those that leave the hospital without registering, as some do not have requisite information. They still don't have the name of the child because they're waiting for the dad to come back and name the child. And then there are cultural reasons as well. And then fathers sometimes not featuring at all. So these are some of the challenges, and therefore some of them we can't track them. We do make an effort to track them, and we do work with the hospitals to see if we can track them. And then we've got this challenge around abandoned children. This is an area where we work with social development, where those that also look after these children do not come forward and register them. So it's not just those that are not having parents. There are also those that are there but are abandoned. Now, in terms of the way forward with regards to slide number 30, we'd like the Commission to take note of the following. The first one is that we'll continue to intensify our efforts, in particular in connecting the health facilities with the limited resources that we have, to make sure that we are able to register children at the point of birth, because for us that is key. The second one is that the additional 16 mobiles that we've procured, these are Home Affairs on Wheels, will ensure that here in this province specifically, we are able to reach even more communities that will need to be registered. So these are some of the things that we think if we do, we should be able to address some of the challenges that the Commission has identified. And the last slide is really for the Commission to take note of the report by the Department of Home Affairs on birth registration, but also to extend our gratitude to the Commission for inviting us here, subpoena aside, to come and report on the progress. And I think we should also extend our hand to work with you as the Commission to address the sketch that is in our community. I think malnutrition should be something that we should not be entertaining in the year 2025. Thank you so much, Commissioner.
No, thank you very much, DG, for your comprehensive and very clear presentation. And congratulations also on the very clear improvements that your department is making despite the obvious challenges at multiple levels, as you have clarified. And we also just send our condolences to yourself and to your family on the bereavement that you have informed us of. We hope that everything goes well at home. We also congratulate the PM on the new position. I don't know if to say this is a baptism of fire or not. But congratulations, PM. We look forward also to seeing improvements under your leadership in the province. We can assure you that you've got a compatriot in the provincial manager of the Human Rights Commission in the province, and we look forward to collaborative efforts between your two offices. DG, as I did indicate earlier, after your presentation, we will then engage with yourself. I will start with the provincial manager on my right. Thereafter, we'll go to Commissioner Makwasha and then the chairperson of the commission to lead us in the discussions. Over to you, PM.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you so much, Chairperson, Commissioner Makwasha. Thank you so much, DG. We recognize you stayed a little bit later, and I'm really thankful for your indulgence. But I think you have also noted throughout the morning the importance of this discussion. It has been very important for the Commission to bring all of the departments together, because we seldomly have an opportunity for all of these sections of this multi-sectoral machine to look each other in the eye and say, you know what, in silos our efforts are recognized, but together are we in fact making the difference that we should be making? And you have pertinently pointed out, DG, that the cooperation and collaboration method is what's going to move the needle here. You've heard the Premier as well this morning, and you've seen the Department of Health statistics. Now, mine, DG, because I also know we are pressed for time, I want to move quickly to the numbers and the collaboration element. Because you've pointed out on one of your slides as well, and to the number of late birth registrations being just around 2,000 for the Eastern Cape, if I'm correct. Now, we note from other departments who might have the data, and I know you're a data person, DG, who might have access to data that is not necessarily aligned with this number. The Department of Education would have numbers of children who are not documented in their schools. And I recall that I think it was the blocked ID matter where there was data even provided by yourselves to say that in the Eastern Cape there's approximately over 50,000 of these children. So already there's a discrepancy between the two data sets. We've got more than 50,000 undocumented learners in Department of Education's data sets. Then we look at SASSA, because the Act also allows caregivers to approach SASSA without documentation and access the child support grant as one of the mechanisms. And if we look at their numbers, that would also not necessarily coincide with the numbers that you've provided. So already there's two departments that have numbers that exceed the LRB numbers that you provide. Now, that may be for a variety of reasons. Mine put to you is, do you agree that there are data available? Or what is the right? There is data? Thank you, my chairperson. There is data available from other departments which has to fortify your late registration of birth numbers, because that is not an authentic representation of the number of South Africans who are without documents in the province. And then secondly, what is your mechanism? How are we going to connect these dots with each other? You are speaking about automated systems, and now in the age of AI, how are we going to be able to have an integrated data collection system between all of these collaborative stakeholders, where the one receives a late application or an application without documentation from the Social Assistance Act, which automatically can trigger your late birth registration numbers in a separate column even. It does not need to feed into your standalone. But there you would have a mechanism to speak to each other from the Department of Basic Education. How many learners are registered or are in our schools who are not documented? And again, that data collection tool just picks it up for you so that you can cross-reference and feed it into each other. Because with respect, DG, that number is not authentic. And I know you have agreed that it is not, it's only those who've reported. It's only those who've come forward. Now, that feeds into my next question. We understand there's a plethora of reasons why caregivers and mothers specifically do not necessarily come forward within the first 30 days to register their children. And these can range from a number of socioeconomic concerns, but let's put that aside. We need a discourse and an environment which encourages these mothers to come forward. And sometimes language that we use might be disparaging to the mothers to come forward. Because if we speak about very crude language such as eliminate, eradicate, it sometimes comes across that we punish these mothers when they present themselves and almost discourage them to come forward, because when they present themselves, our understanding is that interviews after interviews have also to be conducted with these mothers to almost prove, why have you been a bad mother? Why did you not come forward? And also with a gender lens, DG, sometimes these interviews are conducted by unsympathetic representatives who may discourage our mothers, as well as young mothers, to come forward and present themselves to access documents for their children so that we can work on this malnutrition number. So my plea to you, DG, is to perhaps revisit language that we use. Instead of eliminate, eradicate, we have to be conscious of what are the factors that can discourage our mothers from coming to the fore. And then my question, perhaps on a technical point, would be whether we have been informed, and we receive a lot of complaints as well in terms of documentation in the province, in which we usually refer to your office. New PM, we are going to work very nicely together. Your desk is going to be full. But some of these complaints include complainants needing to present themselves for interviews. Now, I understand that there is a mechanism available for more information so that we can we have to prevent fraud. But is it a requirement in terms of law that these mothers present themselves for interviews? And who conducts these interviews? And do you have capacity to conduct these interviews, in fact? And what is your mechanism? That's my final question, DG and the team. When there are mothers presenting themselves in other provinces, and we've heard this morning, we've heard throughout the past 2 days, that sometimes the infants are left with granny in the province. Sometimes the mom needs to move to another province for job opportunities. Is there a mechanism where the mother can register the infant in another province? And how do we make it easier for her? And I'm being gender specific here because just of the burden that would be on the mother in this respect. How do we make it easier? And are your officials trained to unlock any difficulty that individual might encounter. So if she finds herself in Gauteng, can your official on the ground phone their counterpart this side to confirm that you know what, this birth took place, or this is where it was, to just verify the data? Or what is that mechanism for us? Because we want to encourage, out of your specific purview, DG, we want to encourage the registration, because in the downstream, it's going to affect the 107 number that we are looking at for 2024, the deaths. It'll affect this, positively so. And I want to thank the department. We have been sending our colleagues as well. Our colleagues have been inviting you on our own awareness sessions we conduct on a monthly and a quarterly basis. And we invite your vehicles or your mobile services along frequently, and you have come to the table. We really thank you for that. But now, we need to work from recommendations to reality. And to just mention that sentence that we've been echoing throughout the past 2 days, moving the needle. And that is ours. So the questions for you. Thank you so much, DG and the team.
No, thank you very much, PM. DG, we don't want to overwhelm you, but we're also aware that you've got time constraints. We've been informed by your drivers that your time has come to an end. You did indicate that you've got your DDG and the other colleagues who are also equally sworn in, who may be able to respond. So let me start with yourself. You can just answer that which you believe the DDG won't be able to handle, and thereafter you may be excused, DG, and we will continue to engage with the DDG and the colleagues. Thank you so much.
No, thank you so much, PM, for the question, and the chair of the session. Rest assured, commissioners, at a practical level, they deal with this on a daily basis, so they should be able to deal with this. I think, PM, we will only be able to tilt the needle. And to tilt it can be 1 decimal or 2 or 3, through collaboration with the others. And I think at least we've got tools to enable that collaboration. For example, with the Department of Health, you will see the number of births that are registered at health facilities has increased dramatically, and it's through that partnership. And we'll want to onboard more hospitals. We're getting good collaboration from private health facilities as well that are part of this work that we are doing. And earlier on, I was referring to those that have been successful. It's because they've automated, they've digitized. And I think we can move in that direction as part of our digital transformation. Now, you've asked a number of questions that are really, I think, recommendations that we now need to implement. Not to come back and say we're making progress, but to implement. One of them is the complaints that you said you've been receiving with regards, for example, the panels that make a decision. And I think, Commissioner and Chair of the session, we need to ensure that the sensitivity that the panels are retrained or trained to make sure that they do take this into considerations what you are referring to. You know, we had a case a few years ago, I think it was in Mtlanga, where a mom had been to one office more than 3 times wanting to register a child. And every time she went there, the officials kept saying, bring the dead. But they had been separated with the dead for more than 10 years, and she was staying with another dead. Now, you can understand those sensitivities, and it does not have to take head office to intervene, but it's those sensitivities that I think we accept. We need to make sure that we do train the officials that are responsible. The good news is that the provincial managers lead this work, and the PM is listening to what you are saying with regards to the sensitivities. Now, with regards to data and the collaboration, it can only be enhanced, not with the integration of data. It will only be interfaces or interoperability of data. You are an AI person, so you will know it better, so that when there's fire in the SASA system, it does not spread over to the other rooms as well. So that interoperability will be key, so that you don't ask more or less the same information from the same person. If they present themselves, I'm an official of government, I should be able to access that data quickly, faster, so that I don't send the person to go to the other offices. And I think this is a discussion that we, unfortunately, DG Treasury is not coming this afternoon because I think he's on his way to China on an official visit. And we were having this discussion on Tuesday at the Budget Committee to say, if we are able to make sure that there's interfaces in the data, that will improve our efficiencies in terms of what you have asked us to do. I think we accept the enhancements with regards to the LRB process. I think DDG Sigama and Mr. Mnunu will be able to speak to what we can do to revise. And I like the recommendation around the language. We hardly use the South African indigenous languages to reach our communities. I can tell you Kozi FM has more than 8 million listeners. And you can imagine the impact. Here in the Eastern Cape, Mhlobo NN has more than 4 million listeners. So you can understand the impact that we'll be able to do if we reach them. Lesedi FM around 4 million as well. Now, if we utilize these platforms, I think we'll be able to reach quite a wide audience. And that's what the DM has been doing. The Deputy Minister has been leading this campaign on all these platforms to make sure that we are able to reach quite a wider community. And I'd like to request for permission to leave chair of the session if inaccurable. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, DG. That permission is granted. You may be excused and go well. And may your family be comforted in this difficult time. Travel well, DG. As you then leave, I'll hand over to Commissioner Makwasha for the next set of questions.
Thank you to the chairperson of the session, as well as to the provincial manager, as well as to the DG as he's leaving the room. I know that it's very far, Limpopo. We come from the same province, so I wish him well on his journey. Now, my question is, we were told in the presentation by the Premier, they say that children giving birth between the ages of 10 and 14 for this current quarter is 117. And we were told about false registrations. Now, I don't know if you have the research or any data to provide the Commission on how these false registrations of birth has impacted in the long run, let's say for the last 10 years, because I seem to think and understand that because of these false registrations, you have a cycle of children and mothers and adults who can't be properly registered. So that's one aspect. Maybe we can have that conversation about the impact of false registrations on people holistically. Now, yesterday we received a presentation from the Department of Social Development, and they said that after 90 days, they automatically kick out an applicant who has failed to come back with an ID from the Department of Home Affairs. And we're asking, is there another way we can do it without punishing applicants? Because if you're looking at the Eastern Cape with an unemployment rate of 39%, and that also affects youth, that's 46%. You are then saying to these people who don't have money, the 60 Rand, to go to Home Affairs on numerous occasions, that then they fall away from that benefit that they're supposed to be receiving. So perhaps that conversation. I acknowledge that you have been working quite well with other stakeholders, such as the Department of Health. But because of the fact that it's not older women, women from 30s going up that are giving birth and having these issues, we've seen the decline. But we're seeing the decline in the birth rate amongst older women, but not in terms of teenagers, which means that the bulk of the people that you're servicing and are supposed to be assisting are teenage mothers. Are you working with the Department of Education, one, to ensure that when we're registering them for the ID, you can ask them that question, do you have a child? Can we assist you in registering? I think it will make it easier because they're at school. I think that's a conversation perhaps we can utilize, that even when you're going, schools can form part of that campaign? Because I know that, I don't know if it's still happening. When I was getting my ID, I got it at school. Home Affairs came to our school, we took our pictures, registered, and those who had issues, then it was dealt with. The other comment is, how do we then ensure that we utilize our traditional leaders and our human rights defenders in communities who are able then to assist? I can imagine that if there is someone who's able to provide that access to data, it can be done in a seamless way instead of having mothers, unfortunately, going back and forth to the Department of Home Affairs, whereas the father is at home or absent. How do you punish the mothers who want to register their births, yet fathers are not then placed with that burden of you must accompany the mother to register? So I think that is my questions in terms of how the false registration of births.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Makwasha. DDG, I'll hand over to you to respond to those questions.
Thanks so much, Chairperson. Thanks so much, Commissioner, for those questions. Indeed, most of them were just comments, but maybe I can share more information on the issue of the 117 kids that are giving birth. Indeed, we are working closely with other departments, and amongst others, you recall, Status A has been given that responsibility to report on such kind of children, but our duty is registration. So if need be, we can then share the numbers, because we are the owners of National Population Register. We are able to claw back, read our systems, but suffice to say, Cabinet has granted approval for us to then reduce the age of issuing an ID. You recall that in terms of the Identification Act, one has to attain an ID at the age of 16. So, but now, in the process, we need to make sure that we take fingerprints, we take photos, we verify against our demographic data, and thereafter we then issue the particular ID. But what Cabinet has indicated is that we need to reduce the age of issuing that, so that we register fingerprints at an early age. So we are in that process now to reduce, so that we then catch those that are without IDs and are giving birth at an early age through that Cabinet approval that was granted to us. Then the process around false registration, that's where now the mother is not having an ID, or the mother is nowhere to be found, but the child is left with the granny. So the informant or the guardian has got that responsibility to visit our office and register. But once the mother has now reached the age of attaining an ID, they have to visit the office to make sure that they then move that child. Remember, when you register, you find that that child is linked to the mother on the system. Then later, then when the child receives the ID, we then move that child from the informant or the guardian to the real mother. So that is done programmatically, and we then use that process, and then we term it false registration, because we'll be removing that person to the informant to the real mother. But what I'm trying to say is that when they reach that age, and if we are successful in changing the databases and making sure that we issue an ID at an early age, whether the child gives birth at an early age or not, we'll be able to track the minutiae, the fingerprints, and everything else to make sure that that child gets linked to the real mother. That will then reduce the problem that we are having. There was an issue around DSD, where they're saying that after 90 days, then there's an issue there. But at a national level, I must indicate that we have signed an MOU with DSD. We work together, particularly on areas where we need support on social workers and all those people who are adopted, but we need to verify the paperwork, including the issues around the magistrate, who also need to assist us in verifying certain information. So we've got that committee where we work together to make sure that all documentations are verified. Then our issue with education, we have got a project every year, year in, year out. We signed an MOU with them. We work closely, with the Department of Education. We exchange data. They've got a database called LURITS, which is shared electronically with us, and they always identify those people, either those without IDs, those that are not documented, then refer to us. And when we go out, you will realize that in our AOP, or annual operational plan, there is a target there that talks to outreach, where we work closely. When we visit schools, we give them lists, we work with them, and then we share reports at the end of the year to check if ever there's any person who has been left out. So I must indicate, you'll realize that before learners, particularly those that are in matric, before they sit for the exams and during registration period, we have those exchange of data, and we also meet regularly with them to make sure that no matriculant then sit for exams without documentation. Of course, you do pick those with who have amended or changed their details and all that, which then from time to time will then require us to work together to make sure that we verify whether they're the real owners of those birth certificates. So that's one issue that we're trying to improve from Home Affairs side and education. But every now and then we then meet, I think it's every 3 months, just to track if ever there's someone who have been left behind, and also to update our database, both databases between the LURITS database from the Department of Education and our National Population Register on the side, to make sure that indeed we make sure that we then focus particularly on matriculants and those who are of ID level, to make sure that they are issued with the required documentation. Then lastly, our collaboration with COCTA. I must indicate that even at that level, we've signed an MOU. We have started piloting on some sites. I know that we were in Gauteng. We went to Mpumalanga last year, and now we are now trying to move further to make sure that before we can roll out the implementation plan with MOU, with our COCTA, then all the issues that are picked from the ground are resolved. So we have looked into that. It is working well for us because they are able to educate us around issues around cultural issues, the naming of the child, what happened to a child naming convention, and whether you then understand why the father of that particular child is important. So we get such kind of lessons because we were hard on ourselves, hoping that because the law says any of the parents may come and register, then we thought we should then just register. They said, no, you need to understand cultural dynamics, diversity that happens amongst cultures, and so on and so on. So we're learning, but we hope going forward, indeed, we will then improve. We even said, in terms of our own systems, we, rather than really focusing only on the ID number and all that, we definitely need to make provision within our system to allow registration even though the person doesn't have an ID number. So that we either then say, either this is baby X linked to the mother, and then when they come back, we'll be able to improve our systems. Those are some of the issues that we said we'll look at. And going forward, as we were discussing with COCTA, was for us to then make sure that we automate most of our processes. You may have seen, you have raised issues around interviews after interviews. We're saying there's no need. Going forward, there's no need. All you need to do is to apply AI, get data from various databases, make references, so that by the time that person presents himself or herself, you have done some groundwork. Upon one visit, we should be able to then make sure that we take a decision and then register that particular child. I must indicate that, as DG indicated, that together with our Deputy Minister, we are hard at work. We have started revising our regulations based on some of the issues that the Commission raised. And at the moment, we're just waiting for approval, but we'll share the revised regulations so that you also advise on whether we're on the right track or not. But the point being, we need to really do away with late registration of birth. We would like to encourage people to register birth within a period of 30 days, and that's law. So above that, then we have to educate them and use certain data set to then show that if you don't register a birth within 30 days, you are breaking the law, and these are the consequences. So to avoid that, let's make sure that we register a birth within a period of 30 days, and we also suggest, where possible, that the issue of names that sometimes cause problems when mothers leave the health facility needs to be decided upon while they are still going through the prenatal process. We believe that that will also reduce the numbers going forward. Then in terms of the regulations and SOPs that we spoke about, there were proposals made by various structures, including HRC. So we are considering that. We've just subjected them to our legal services so that they can assist us in lessening the burden of mothers making repeat visits to our offices. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, DDG, for those responses. I'll now hand over to the chairperson of the Human Rights Commission.
Thank you, Chairperson. The DDG, thank you so much. You've answered one of some of my questions that I wanted to ask. Is the prenatal classes that we need to involve, and then also, you know, that outreach to particularly religious institutions, you know, to make that awareness for them. But my question is around your agreement with the banks. Earlier on, our colleagues have been talking about, you know, in terms of language, in terms of sensitivity on gender, involving. Are the training going to be given to those people? Because the banks think one side, and what were training given? Are the training going to be given around some of the issues that we've raised? And you can just take us through as well. You know, this agreement, does it involve monetary compensation for service delivered? And will this also lessen your increase your capacity? It obviously will increase your capacity, but it will not the number that you, in terms of 7,000, 18,000 you needed. Just take us through that, DDG. Thanks.
No, thank you, Chair. Over to you, DDG.
Thanks so much, Chairperson. Indeed, let me start with the first one. The prenatal classes, indeed, it does happen. We work with the Department of Health. We've got that MOU, we're reviewing it. We have learned lessons. There are mothers that are not even pitching up, and so on and so on. And the use of the requirements that are being used to register birth, such as the DHA 24 PB and so on, that have been completed by nurses and health facilities. So that part, it's what we're saying going forward, we're going to improve. Then the second part on outreach to religious institutions. You recall in the 6th administration, the former Minister of Home Affairs had those sessions. So we had planned to continue with them. But at the moment, it was, we were training based on requests. You know, the kind of religions that we have and how we have been dealing with that, the issues of the Islamic religions and so on and so on. So those are things that we feel that we need to revisit that and have proper outreach programs that will then deal with them, rather than to then conduct training on a need to know basis. We think we must have a formal structure that then addresses some of those things. You may have heard that Home Affairs have now also reviewed its tariffs, and amongst other things were issues of us addressing marriage officers and those who need to know Home Affairs services. So we thought we should just include all those things into the same package. Then the bank issue, as DG indicated, that a lot of banks have shown interest. You'll recall that prior to this new agreement, the department had a signed agreement with the major 4 banks, and as such, we had linked our systems to about 30 banks. So you will see that within APSA, they may have given us 15, FNB gave us so many branches, and so on and so on. But we felt that we should open up to all banks that are interested, and then they will then assist us in the digital transformation journey. So the moment we started that language, we saw a spike. Most of the banks were interested, and GDG listed them. And we then felt that we need to really look into our requirements to say, what is it that we can do to reduce queues in our front offices, to make sure that we use apps where possible, so that everybody can just apply from the comfort of their homes. And where there's a need for you to visit a bank or a Home Affairs office, it should be maybe to submit biometrics or any other thing that could not be verified within the AI space. So indeed, the program entails, amongst others, issues of training, infrastructure issues, and just to be precise, the agreement that was signed, they never said that they need money from us. So those were issues that they raised. And as time goes on, remember the previous one, it was more on us investing more on infrastructure. But here we want to bring services to people, and without you laying your foot in a bank. So we were saying, let's work together. There are banks that are saying, if you are to open an account, you don't need to go to a bank. You just open your phone, you then do facial recognition, then they authenticate. Remember that authentication happens with Home Affairs at the back end. And most of the people don't know. Then once it's confirmed, then you open an account and proceed with your services. So that's what we were saying. Let's bring these institutions that have done this work before, those that have already moved that journey, to make sure that they also assist us in issuing this documentation, because we no longer need long queues in our Home Affairs. We want clients themselves to take full ownership of their documents, including services for Home Affairs. Because when you are born, you need Home Affairs. When you want to marry, you need Home Affairs. Even when you are died, someone will have to visit Home Affairs and then register your death. And when you are 16 years and above, so that need for you to then apply for an ID becomes important for all of us. So we're saying we know we carry the entire 63 million people, as indicated by Status A, but we're saying where you can apply for certain services, do it yourself. We'll then, through digital transformation, we'll see how we then go through these issues around digital IDs and all these other things that have been raised. But the main issue is for us to have a credible national population register, because everything starts from the birth registration going on to other elements of registration in the Department of Home Affairs. I hope I've answered the questions. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, TDG. You have answered the questions, and that then brings us to the end of our engagements with yourselves this afternoon. Before we do, I just want to check with my colleagues if there are any follow-up questions. PM?
Thank you, Chairperson. I do think, DDG, we might, perhaps through your provincial manager, have a few questions, written questions that we will then put to you. Your your feedback reports on our recommendation 5, it remains a little bit without the data that we've requested, but we're going to write to you and just ask that those feedback reports really address the issues that we've highlighted, but certainly now with your representative on the ground, we're going to engage. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, PM. Chair, Commissioner Mankwasha. Thank you so much. Then DDG, as the PM has indicated, it might be the end of our engagements today, but certainly not the end of our relationship. If there are any other follow-up questions, we'll send them to you in writing so that we can continue these engagements to the point where we have all of these issues addressed. But thank you so much for your time this morning. And of course, before you leave, we are about to go for lunch, and you are more than welcome to join us for lunch. I'm now going to hand over to the PM to just guide us on the lunch, as well as how long we are going to be for lunch. And when we return, we will then be joined by the Department of the Treasury in the province for their submissions. Over to you, PM.
Thank you so much, Chairperson of the panel, as well as the Commissioner. We will be having lunch right now, but the lunch is going to be at the ICC restaurant, so it's just around the corner. And where to? I think it's just through here, through that side, yes. And I think, Commissioner, if we can have lunch until 2 o'clock and reconvene at 2 o'clock with the Department of Treasury in the province, and we will then reconvene for the final session. The chairperson of the panel will also indicate, as the DG already indicated, that the DG of Treasury is currently en route to China and had expressly requested through several engagements with the Commission for Alternative Appearance, which the panel then decided to grant, and then that would mean that the final session for today would be with the Eastern Cape Department of Treasury. So at 2 o'clock, we will be back. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for returning after lunch. We hope everybody has enjoyed their lunchtime. We are now back in session. And as indicated before lunch, we will now be hearing from the Department of the Treasury in the Eastern Cape. Welcome, colleagues, HOD and your colleagues. You are more than welcome. My name is Pilile Nduli. I'm the chairperson of the subpoena hearing. I am joined on my left by Commissioner Advocate Sahrc Malnutrition. She's a commissioner of the South African Human Rights Commission. And on my right-hand side, the provincial manager of the South African Human Rights Commission in the Eastern Cape, Dr. Eileen Carter. As you are aware, you are here because subpoena notices have been issued to you in lieu of the report and the outcomes of the report into food security and child malnutrition in the Eastern Cape, which the Human Rights Commission held in 2022, report which was released in September 2023. We have been concerned with the pace and the scale of the implementation of those recommendations, and we have therefore convened these subpoena hearings in order to be able to get a sense from the departments that are implicated on where they are with the implementation of those recommendations. And of course, having said from yesterday, all of the departments that have spoken have implicated the Department of the Treasury. If it is not, we cannot do this because we don't have money, and we've asked the Treasury, and the Treasury says we don't have the money. It is that we are not receiving the necessary or sufficient response. We therefore wish to hear from yourselves in terms of the recommendations that specifically speak to you. So thank you very much for your time, and thank you for your patience as well. We much appreciate it. I will now hand over to Commissioner Malnutrition to administer the oath, and thereafter we will proceed to receiving your submissions. Over to you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Chair of the subpoena hearing, Dr. Carter. Provincial Manager, mine is a very simple job. I just want to know, amongst the three of you, HOD, who will be making the presentation, and answering the questions. If it's all three, then I'll start by swearing all of you, and then we'll take it from there.
Greetings, first of all, I was told. Do I go with that one?
No, that's the exhibition one. There's another mic. No, there's another one. There's a HOD.
Which one was much? Okay. My parents told me first I must greet always. So greetings to yourself, Honourable Commissioner, and to the, of course, the provincial head, Dr. Carter, and to yourself, Advocate, and of course to my team and everyone in the room. I'm Daluhlanga Majak, Head of Treasury in the province. And, my voice is not as energetic as always. I think a little bit fluish. I don't know what's caused by. I was running during this weekend, so maybe I have it further that. But the three of us, I think, at any time, always say, I think it's important sometimes to build succession. You can't own everything in the process. I think they are here to as much support. It's Nadraj Govender is Chief Director in Budget Management. It's Toby something and Director in Budget. So all of us, I'll do the presentation from that point of view, so that I bear the pressures for them. This and the process. I did it last year, so I'll do it also this year. But it's a new team, you see. It's no longer the same team, so that at least there's element of enhancement into the team. Thanks. Through yourself, Commissioner. Back to you, Advocate.
Thank you, Head of Treasury of the province. I saw that they did not want to come and sit with you until you had to call them. But again, thank you for availing yourself. I'll start with yourself as the Head of the Treasury. If you can just stand up, and those of us who know you will know you, but perhaps for those who don't, for the record, and then you'll tell us whether you're taking an oath or an affirmation.
You say I can say the oath and affirmation, both of them, either way, in terms of, because none exclude me differently in terms of, because I'll say all I need to say in the truthfulness in terms of now what reflects in our book. So I will say both of them.
It's a good thing you say you can take both of them, because you're going to tell us what is in the books, and that's the important part for us. So I'm going to take we're going to do the oath. Do you swear that the evidence you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Please, we can then go to your chief of...
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Your name for the record once again, sir?
Nadraj Govender.
So you'll be taking an oath or an affirmation?
Affirmation is fine.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say, "I do."
Yes, I do.
Thank you. The last and the rose amongst the thorns, ma'am. Your name for the record?
Obisa Mtingane.
Do you want to take an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Help me God.
Duly sworn in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Makwasha, and welcome once again, colleagues. Just for the record, it must be noted that we had also invited the National Treasury, the Director General. The Director General has indicated that he will be available. However, he is currently on a trip, a work-based trip outside of the country, and he's unable to be with us physically, and therefore we have granted leave on that basis, and we will be engaging with the National Treasury once the DG has returned. For now, we will hear from the Provincial Treasury. And HOD, as we have indicated, we now hand over to you to just walk us through your presentation as per the request in the notice, with the focus, of course, on the recommendations of the inquiry report. Over to you, HOD.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm not sure whether it's going to be flighted. We did send it through. Yeah, that's the one. Thank you. Can go to the table of contents. This is the overall. Of course, we're taking cognizance of the recommendation, so that, because it's good and well to move to other areas without the look of the recommendation and how they are implemented, and we'll look at the allocations and therefore the conclusion. Maybe as while going through the purpose into it, what I'm contextualizing in my head, maybe not fully complemented in the presentation, just from a strategic context, the issue of food security into it. We have created, which I think Department of Agriculture should have spoken about, the what we call GPAP, government procurement agricultural product, with the main aim that main element is to make sure that there is food security in the province. And what it does, we leveraging the expenditure of government to be more deliberate. That, for example, in education, about 2.5 or 2.6 million of school nutrition is procured through government institutions, for example, through the Red Hubs, which of course facilitate the element of primary production, which will go through to the secondary production, and then you create a market. By doing that, you're creating jobs inevitably in terms of now. We were the model of that. We may not have covered then because we worked through in that process in the interim. So we've worked through that now. Department of Agriculture is implementing that model through the ECRDA, call it Eastern Cape Rural Development Agency. In terms of, and it's something which I think you need to note it. It just came now since I'm thinking into it. It's a model, and I think it will go a bigger level of how we create both private sector, public sector contribution into it, because the primary factor farmers are primary in the primary sector into it, and when there is that demand which has been made, it creates employment, because it means there will be plowing, there's hectareaging which is happening there, and therefore it creates that level of employment which helps into, because government should be enabling, and I think those are the models which I'm just relating into. But now going through one of the recommendations, some of the recommendation. Next slide. You'll see there was a recommendation that Treasury need to consider. The next slide. Exploring option to ensure that provincial budget allocations are sufficient resource to address child malnutrition effectively, including funding for social assistance program and the nutrition intervention. We've indicated as part of the response that National Treasury is mandated, of course, to promote a government fiscal policy framework to coordinate the macroeconomic policy and intergovernmental financial relations, to manage the budget preparation process, including the Division of Revenue Act. I'm not going to go read line by line to bore you, but if you want me, you can. But I'm just going to at times snippet of some of these things. So what we are saying that overall there's also a provincial equitable share and conditional grants. For example, in conditional grants, there will be part where we allocate, for example, on agriculture, the Ilitsima or CASP, comprehensive agricultural program in terms of it. So that will be part of conditional grant. It doesn't mean then that on equitable share allocation will not allocate. Because you would have the element which maybe we could have added here to the overall kind of a framework of our equitable share, where we reflect, maybe, I think you will provide that as additional information, where we reflect when we get the equitable share, in terms of we got the equitable share, we 100% allocate it, and then we further enhance it with revenue, which we provide over and above the conditional grant. So what I'm trying to indicate is that we've allocated everything and anything which we could, including the revenue collection which we have into it. So now the room for maneuvering, we've now been even utilizing our reserves, and it's now more depleted than anything to fund. And so now more dependent from element. If there is increase in equitable share, it kind of, especially those which are kind of, to say, focus, not to say there's an increase of equitable share of so much, because it means that everyone else get involved. If it's a deliberate to say, this is to deal with the child malnutrition programs. I'm just saying it how we did, so that it's not general into it. Because if it's general, it then means then everyone will have the piece of the cake in terms of the so to be specific, those are the elements which comes in. But yeah, those are the things which happen, and then you go through to the next slide of the recommendation, which is the table of social development. Just to be particular now, and to be specific, to be exact, the allocation which we've given through on that particular table on slide 5, on food security for social relief, you'll realize then that we've allocated the money on 2025-2026 for food parcel for social relief. We did allocate about 9 million. So far, it's 1.2 million which has been spent so far, and there's about 7.8 which still has to be spent in terms of that allocation. So we more or less, the report was up to end of July, end of July, in terms of that, to be specific with the date. So that means more or less April, May, June, July, 4 months into, so one third of the year there's 1.2 which has been spent on food parcel, so there's about, and over the medium term, you are seeing then there's allocation which is reflected just on food security, on food parcel for social relief. Remember, this is a complementary element over the one of SASA as well. So one could say there's overall packaging which need to be happening, overall coordination which need to happen. And over and above these, Commissioner, we do work, you'll see within the programs, for example in Treasury, we will get a CSI program. We're not reporting about that. The CSI program, which we'll have with ABSA, with Standard Bank. I think we were in Sarah Batman recently, where we're doing food parcel together with some NGOs as part of the process. So where we will, for example, gift of givers, will partner in terms of where we kind of each and every. I think there was another one which we had in Ofimvaba last week, into where we're giving a blanket, which were not exactly coming from the fiscus in terms of now, and also gift of givers gave also the food. So these enhance it over and above as a measure, not in terms of now we were dealing it in this particular level as Treasury in an SCI responsibility. And then the child and youth care centers, there is others which are state-owned, as reflected there, 21.5 in total, 21.5 million, which we've allocated in the 2025-2026. There is the expenditure, which is reflected about 5 million so far. In the first 4 months, that is 1/3 of the year. There's still about 16.5 million still outstanding in terms, which still has to be spent from August up until March. So one could say, if you spend 5 million at this moment, it means then there's still more in the basket of what need to be spent on programs on that kind of a level, which is actually there. So that you will see state-owned, what did they spend? They spent about, on the 3 million, about 574. Whereas on the NPOs, it's 18 million, which they have spent 4.4 on the 25-26 financial year. But you're seeing over the year, it is on an incremental base. 21.5 million, 25-26, and then 2026-27 is 23, 27-28, 24, and then on 2028-29 is 25. And then on centers, CNTCs, you're seeing then again, similarly, it is on an incremental base, that there's not yet a reduction on an incremental base in terms of it. The 14 million, what spent, 9 million, at least this one, a little bit on the higher up in terms of it. But again, you transfer to the centers. Is it deriving in terms of the food in those particular centers? It's some of those things which I think social development, they are at a better position. They should have reflected, of course, as part of it. And then it goes on over the other years as part of the process. So there, one could say from a budget element, there is what you call it certainty. No one can say there's no certainty in what has been allocated over the medium term, which is in line with what you call it the medium-term expenditure framework as part of the process. The issue is that, is it enough or not enough? It's an issue of a fiscal framework then, in terms of now, which get to be determined, which cake you cut it differently in terms of the process. And then you go to education. The main element on education is the National School Nutrition Program, which goes to the schools. I think it's part of Program 2 in education, as what they have. So on that part, they transfer to the schools, and the schools are the one who kind of will expend that amount in relation to the process. So one could say the expectation is that they should spend the whole money which comes through to the process. So you will see then that on the first year, with the year which you are at, 1.8 billion is allocated. to be called 1,822,175,000. You know, at least the numbers. I can't eat the numbers. You know, I can call them as they are. You will see that in the following years, it's 1.8, similar 1.9 in term, and then in total it's about 5.6 billion, 5,582,523,000. That's the total into it. There are those expenditures which go through, but most of those go through to the transfers, feeding servers to learners, which is about 1,785,873,000, which get to, and that goes through to the. So that means it's 98% is meant for the learners, which is actually there. This is now on that kind of a level where I was speaking to say that GPAP, you know, I'm just abbreviating now because I did GPAP, which is done through agriculture. You can leverage this instead of buying in spazas. Not that spazas are not as good in community or anything else, but you can leverage this so that you buy, you know, through the red hubs, and then you creating the demand in terms of the process. And once you've created that kind of a demand and supply, you're able now to create element of job creation within, because it's fundamentally important, that kind of a process. So it's that model which we're kind of building in. So and this is kind of a reflection. And then you go through, this is the quota performance of the school nutrition program, which you are having. You'll see then that there's about 25% in that period of time. You'll realize then our linear approach, if you are on the first quarter, there are 4 quarters, so that this one ends June. If it's the quarter into it, it's 25%. So they are within, they are just within. So 25, 25, 25. There are 4 quarters which will take it now. If you are utilizing the quarters in terms of the, so they are just, they've transferred, because it's just a transfer, and they've transferred almost 50% of the allocation to the schools. Again, is the issue. Is that my money lying there? Is it utilized properly? That's the element of accountability within that kind of a value chain which goes through. So that is meant, it's an intentional program. It's a matter of now, how do we utilize that program to reflect better, especially in feeding our needed learners, especially those who are coming from the quintile schools, which are really struggling in the overall scheme of things. There's of course the issue of early childhood development, which also need some level of consideration. We know then that they are not fully covered. I have to say, that's why I'm saying that I will be transparent to yourself. They are not yet fully covered. It's something which you need to be considered as part of the process. But there is an element in order to cover it as part of the process. So although not fully in terms, it's something which we need to work through as part of the process in working through those parts. And then the part, and then move through to the other recommendation now, implement human rights baseline assessment before demanding return of funds earmarked to address child malnutrition to the national purse. Of course, fundamentally, you have to work within an act in what is important. Section 21 of the Division of Revenue Act, which every year, of course, they will issue. There's another, that section again in 2023, 2024. So it's an annual, call it section, which will come through, because it will be, when every time we present a budget, there will be new appropriation act, and then there will be a new Division of Revenue Act, which comes in. As amended, it says that when it's not spent at the end of the financial year, it reverts to National Revenue Fund. It's clear. That's nothing about it. You can't keep it, because we know the intent, but it's an issue which talks about the planning and execution. You know, irrespective of we know the need, but then if then the money is lying there, you open it up for all other needs. Then you need to come back to the past and say, what are you going to need? What are you going to improve? Therefore, since you didn't commit the funds which are there. So what happened is that if you've not spent the money and you've committed, there is a rollover process which get to be as part of Section 21 process, which rollover process can move to the other recommendation. Just move. There's another slide 10. So that rollover process then will kind of assess whether it is committed or not committed. If it's not committed, despite the emotion, you know, we sometimes do all the emotion to say they are poor and anything else, they are needy. It's okay, we understand. But I think if then the act say something the department should have done in order to make the commitment, it talks about the issue of efficiency in that particular institution. Those are things which we get to engage and which we present to the executive. I'm sure the Premier would have spoken about some of the things into that we present to the executive to say we are worried with the expenditure of this, because we religiously every month we present what is the state of affairs of all the other things, including what happens in education, in agriculture, in social development, in terms of the spending. And we say when there are challenges which are embedded. And you remember there is what we call it IYM, which is part of Section 38 and Section 40, or in Section 40, Section 40 years, Section 40 of the PFMA, then where they need to deal and engage. But over and above Section 40, there is also Section 63 of the PFMA, which empowers the executive authority. So the executive authority can't say, I'm not aware of the expenditure, you know, because you say that IYM must be discussed together on a monthly basis. And a remedial action must then be presented as part of the process, so that those things are kind of dealt with as part of the process. So I think then we always empower to say, when we've allocated, the money must be utilized appropriately, efficiently. If it is utilized, if not utilized, that's something else. But we reflect the number, because at times what happens is that we allocate resources, people need more. I can tell you, I need resources. No one else could say I've got enough of the resources. But can you tell me, I can tell you that there are things which I spend the money, which I'm not supposed to spend the money on, in terms of now. So if you really look to say that analogy, that in real essence, there are things which institutions, they need to be prioritizing. They need to be efficient in terms of what they do. Once money is allocated, you need to be almost in terms of now business-like, I'll call it, and that business-like in terms of those, so that we can really see is really the pressure on budget, a budget pressure, or is just an excuse in terms of the overall allocation. To me, I think then there could be efficiency and effectiveness in terms of the system and how things to be. Roll over by their nature. To me, the element of looking, if you're asking me about return of funds, first of all, the state from the statement point of view, there's something wrong. Once you talk about return, it should not, there's no talking point. It just tells you something has not happened. Because the appropriation, because once you say money should not be returned, you're breaking one appropriation act. In terms of, because appropriation is for that particular year. Into it. And that's why then we say the oversight, the commitment is to make sure that institutions, they spend the money which is allocated on that particular year. Because budget, yes, is a multi-year, but it is got to be allocated in that particular year. Immediately one talk about rollover, it means then that person or that institution has not spent the money appropriately. It's in planning and execution. So already it's red flags. Yeah? It does by that element which comes in. So we're not an advocate as Treasury of rollovers, so that you know, not by an inch. We don't want money to return back. We don't want rollovers. We say once we've allocated to you, you must spend it. Moving through to the SARC, I think there was a element that SARC's recommendation, the recommendation on increase of child support grant on slide 13. We, as I've indicated, SARC is a national entity. It report to social development. We've got nothing to do in terms except coordination and working with them, allocation to them. But all what we say in that slide 11, it is the issue that there could be increase of collaboration and integration with SASA and all the program, especially social development, so that it's a integrated program of support as a program. I think if we could, in the spirit of district development model, we could leverage on that collaboration and integration. We could, because I think there are, you will see, everyone else will say, I'm doing this, but no one else will say that I've coordinated, I've integrated in terms of to reflect overall. To me, that becomes the greatest value once you have a more collaborative, integrated approach in dealing with this. Slide 12, I've spoken with agriculture, which is one of the recommendation element, that there was ILIMA, for food security element, and also, of course, I think, and the CASP as part of the process. So if you look through the one, for example, ILIMA, slide, you'll see then the allocation on 2025 over the medium term. This particular year, we've allocated 84.5 million on it. Again, we're dealing with what? Food security. That's the central matter. Food security. All these departments, they're into it. So that's why we're alluding that integration becomes then fundamental. They've spent 18 million, which is 31% in quarter one of the amount which is actually there. So it's something which, and over the medium term, you're saying that it's 88 and it moved to 92 million in the last year. So there is a allocation for that, especially for cropping. The irrigation schemes are important for cropping because you need to get water in terms of now to those kind of needs. So those irrigation schemes, which deals with infrastructure related, becomes very fundamental important because it's a basic right. Water is a basic right in terms of what is needed in all kind of. So we said, and we're working also with I think World Bank. We work with World Bank in how we resuscitate, especially the irrigation schemes as part of it. We brought in a Treasury, World Bank, and how they could suscitate in terms of the process. And I think overall, I think it's something which we say that it's going to fit in so that it enable overall sustainability in that process. And then conditional grant, this is now overall, call it on the slide 13, if you can just go to slide, then it's a targeted household. We've reflected the number of targeted household, what it is, 30,000, and of course the amount which is related to that. So it's an intentional element to look there. If you achieve it, and if you don't achieve, we need what has been the hindrance in terms of the process. So there is, of course, a level to look also at the gardening and all the other things as part of the overall element. We even had an MTech today with agriculture engaging to say how do they first of all commercialize, but at the same time how do they deal with subsistence agricultural, including farming, as part of the process, and within the baseline, which we have provided within the overall scheme of things. And there are other things which we'll look through into the women, the youth, child-headed household, because we realize at this period there will be those household child-headed, but that's why social development need to play, identify those child-headed households, facilitate that everyone else contribute in that kind of a level which is there, because these are happening in the world. But also you can't then discard the municipality also playing a certain role, the ward councillors and everything else. So it's a social, determined factor which all of us need to play a kind of a role in terms of what it is in order to improve nutrition. Over a period of time, it will reflect an element of improvement on certain things. I've spoken with this. Yeah, then I think you can then go through to the conclusion, because that's the, and we of course acknowledge the child malnutrition as a national crisis that should be addressed through, of course, integration and coordinated approach, which I've indicated as the fundamental core, you know, especially within government, civil society, and the private sector, for improved integration in planning, execution to overcome challenges that lead to malnutrition in the province. And this, of course, is underpinned under the 9 integrated areas, which the issue of food security is one of those integrated areas looking through, in order to look at some of these matters on how we build and sustain the communities which we live with as part of the societal responsibility. I think I've got passion. I can go and mile into it. The more I talk, the more I realize other things which I could. So okay, I think, Commissioner, please can me now.
No, thank you, HOD. We appreciate the passion. When we speak about Batopele principles, we speak about a passionate and committed public servant. So we definitely appreciate the commitment and the passion, which is quite clear. Thank you very much. As indicated earlier, then I will hand over to first the provincial manager, thereafter Commissioner Makwasha will engage with your presentation. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Tuli, Commissioner Kwasha. Thank you, HOD. I want to just put on record for both my national commissioners here as well that your department has repeatedly been, I think, the first, if I can check with my colleagues there at the back, who would respond to our reports. And we are very thankful for that. It shows that you engage with our content, our processes, you respect our institution, and we really appreciate that. So thank you for you and your department. On every occasion where we, even in the roads infrastructure report, we received a response from Treasury first out of all stakeholders. So we appreciate that. Thank you so much, HOD. HOD, you're a numbers guy. And it's refreshing. I didn't go into medicine because my parents always say my math is not it's not mathing. Colleagues, can I ask you just to flight health's slide, please? So speaking about the numbers, and I would like to call it a return of investment. Because if you were able to perhaps, and I know you've been very busy the past 2 days, but I wanted to show you the slide that Department of Health provided to us yesterday. Now, 3 years ago, in terms of the numbers that we received of children dying of severe acute malnutrition, it was 116 in the province. Now, if you look at that first line there, 2024, it is at 107. We are already looking at perhaps an increase in 2025. Now, I want to perhaps, in your view, understand from all of these mechanisms that you've clearly outlined here, and the assistance that the Treasury have provided to these key stakeholder departments, would you say that the return on investment, if we're basically still sitting with the same numbers, are we getting what we need from this, from an investment point of view, HOD? Because you are channeling funds to all of these stakeholders, yeah, but we're sitting with the numbers still there. And we had the DG of Department of Health here yesterday telling us the numbers don't lie. So in your view, that's what I'm asking you to comment on, number one. Number two is, would you agree with me that there has been a perpetual underspending issue with the Department of Social Development? We are even seeing it in your food parcel for social relief. I think if it should not be where it is currently. Are we looking at another underspend for that? I recall during the time of our inquiry, HOD, social development returned 67 million rand to the fiscus that should have been spent on food parcels. Unemployment rate is increasing. Our numbers of severe acute malnutrition now, is not coming down, but you keep on providing this funding, which is clearly not reaching or having the impact, the return on investment from your side. So are we again looking at underspending from the department when we look at the social relief of distress provision from your department? And in responding to that question, HOD, perhaps what measures are you putting in place to assist? Because I understand it is numbers here. We are working with a very tight fiscus and a tight budget and purse. But the Human Rights Commission is looking at it from a human rights-based perspective. We are looking at the names of children. So we understand your legislation, but I also want to put it back to you, HOD. I want to test that against constitutionality then and proportionality. Because Section 21 of the Division of Revenue Act, yes, we understand it has to be then returned, but what we are pleading is that there be a discretion and application of the rights of children, because Section 28 says the best interests of children must remain paramount in all considerations. So we have the underspending. Perhaps we're asking, is it going to be the case again from the trajectory that you've presented here? I've got the question about the numbers remaining the same. Then can I just ask the next slide, or that other standalone slide that we also just showed to the Premier this morning, HOD. UNICEF presented numbers last year, 2024, of child food poverty rates within the Southern African region, East African region. And that's the yellow line over there. Now, I superimpose the GDPs of these countries to just see where we are. Now, you would see South Africa, and again, I don't need to preach to the choir, you know exactly where we are in terms of GDP. And you would see our line in terms of child poverty. It matches Kenya, matches Rwanda, is even around Madagascar. But our GDP is so much bigger. So much larger. So we have to ask ourselves, is it a lack of availability of resources, or are we just not prioritizing? Are we just not applying these resources to address the issue that we are here to discuss? Now, HOD, we're relying on your expertise here. We understand you're not an implementing agent in terms of the end user here, but we're relying on your expertise. Can you assist us to better understand why are we here? Because if the Commission, and my Commissioner Makwasha is sitting there, she is spearheading human rights budgeting for the Human Rights Commission. If we are looking at human rights baseline budgeting, and we compare, and even in the past 2 weeks in National Parliament, we heard questions about the budget availability for deputy ministers, and I don't even want to bring the numbers up here. And we have to measure against where we are putting our efforts and our fiscus. And then we have a look at the GDP, and we have a look at food poverty, and we're asking ourselves, why are we there? My Commissioner Ntuli has outlined the past 2 days very expressly, it is not about an availability issue necessarily. We have rich environment, especially in the Eastern Cape, where we should be applying these mechanisms you've outlined in terms of agric. We're sitting with the same numbers year after year. Now, the last one, HOD, is just a question around the ECD numbers. We acknowledge the National School Nutrition Program. And again, throughout the process, we've congratulated government for this very successful program. And I think that's why we are so convinced that it should be rolled out to that missing portion of small ones that are just not getting enough in terms of the child support grant and are yet to enter the grade R upwards access to the National School Nutrition Program. And you know, HOD, the support that is provided to the ECD sector at this stage is simply not commensurate to what is being provided to the through the NSNP. Now, our recommendation to the Department of Education is to roll out this process very urgently so. But yesterday we heard that it is now in pilot phase. to extend to the ECD. And we raised a little bit of concern. We understand the context around it. It's not as easy to just say 1, 2, 3, and we replicate. We understand that. But you understand our point of view from a human rights-based perspective. These children are now going to form still part of that number because we are just not moving with the pace that we should be moving. So in your view, the ECD sector, how can we facilitate a quicker rollout to this sector? And where is this going to be unblocked? Because they're included now in the Department of Education's rollout function, but we're just not getting the NSNP to the mouths of the kids that are yet to be included in the formal education structure. So, Commissioner, I may have one or two, my last comment, and I understand HOD, and we've always understood that it's not a provincial function and to pronounce or even to facilitate the CSG. But yours is to advocate. Yours is for us to say that an improvement, and perhaps let me rather pose it as a question, in your view, would an increase in the child support grant in a downstream process improve your budget as provincial treasury in respect of health, in respect of future employment ability? And that's where we want to unblock, and we want to make let me speak your language, a business case to National Treasury at the end of the day to say, if you increase it here, downstream, my province does not need to unlock more money for healthcare, more money for unemployment, more money for a preventable issue if we do it at the outset. And that is just a question to you. We understand it is not your mandate, but we know you have the right doors to knock on. We know you have the understanding of a business case, because at the end of the day, we are going to be the recipients of the effect of stunting, which is at in excess of 30% in this province. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, PM. HOD, I'll leave you to respond to those before I hand over to Commissioner Makwasha.
Okay, no, thanks. Let me touch base on some. Okay. Yeah, I think the part on the team had, you'll talk over the spending of the part of social development in relation. I'll touch all the overall one. Look, in terms of, the law is law. I'm not going to say it. This is similar to the Constitution. Having an exception means an exception to everything. So I will not be saying this one or the other one should be banned. But if you ban on one, I think if you are in law, it tells you then you're providing call it a case law for another one to reflect it. So I'm not going. I will stick to what it is in the law. So anything else which is not in law, I don't think I will be able to say it differently, irrespective of how I feel. I'm just saying it irrespective. So the law is saying that where I am is about efficient and effective utilization of resources allocated. If we could talk about that, Section 38, 1B of what it is, I've indicated what they spent and what should be happening in overall into it. To me, if you're asking me, is there a model, overall countrywide model into it, which to me I think is a fundamental element more than at times, because it's not sometimes about the number issues. Because we've gone down to say numbers, and the money sometimes don't go where it matters. It goes somewhere. We're not talking even about that here. We're talking about the issue, whether the model which is reflected in terms of now, if there is a model, is it an appropriate model? To me, I think there need to be a review of the model which will reflect overall integration and coordination. by all spheres of government. I think if you're asking me, we are trying to manage a piecemeal approach. Sorry to be direct, that's me. What we are managing, we are going to be having this year in and year out, because there is no model which is defining what is then going to be the phase out. It may be social development should at the center hold. Maybe the center is either holding or not holding, I don't know. But that which provinces, when the provinces implement, because it's not only a Eastern Cape problem, which tells you, if it's not an Eastern Cape problem, that's fundamentally, it speaks about something within the system. So, and I think to me, we need to provide inputs in enhancing the model. The numbers enhance the strategy, because it will be supporting whether it's NPOs, NGOs, state-owned institutions as part of it. Which one get what in terms of the appropriation of the resources? Private sector, even private sector willing to donate at times in terms of it. But sometimes they are hamstrung because of what the modeling which we are having. And I think to me, that's the value. If you want my input, that's the greatest value. It is actually there. And we've said as a province, we need to let us deal with a clustered approach. And that cluster approach, which Office of the Premier should have presented in terms of now, as part of the 9 integrated areas. We take all different institutions, we say, how much you're contributing, how do we coordinate and integrate this in the absence of a overall model which says everyone else need to play in, but there will be one leading, whether it's social development at the center. And I think with that, we'll be able to make the impact, because you are not seeing different faces. And whether the money goes there, because we'll be able to check the value chain as part of the process. So I think that's the one, because the end product of mortality is a result of social determinants. You'll talk to me. That's nothing else. It's nothing else. It's a social determinant. That means that malnutrition is started at a lower level. Because of what? There is no overall integration which comes with certain things which goes through it. And then the social determinants will then result into the element of malnutrition later on as part of the process into it. And this is why I'm saying the issue of GPAP, which is that agriculture, yes, deals with almost at a later stage of development of some others. But it's something which you say that it should also build in some of the centers, which social development, those food elements, should be going to some of the CNDs as part of the soups and all the things, once we establish a proper model in dealing with it. So, and I think it will help us in dealing with those issues of food security. We all know then that I think especially OR Tambo is the one more prone. But guess what? OR Tambo is one of the fertile, mostly it has more coast, it has more area for production and anything else. So definitely it speaks something into it. It's not like the land is arable, in terms of now. So there are, at one stage, OR Tambo, which had Transkei at the center, the plowing of, you look through is barrel. It's barrel gardens, the Amasimi, in terms of now trying to get a proper word of Amasimi, in terms of there are almost nothing is being plowed. So definitely, somehow, the issue of then the food into the homes will definitely be affected. If you really follow the track in terms of now, the money could be buying in Spaza, it could buying at Spa or all the other things, but ultimately it's a short-term measure. We need to find sustainable systems which are going to help the really kind of an element, so that our future children, in terms of now grandchildren, are kind of sustained because of what we are able to plow every land which we have. And to me, that's the program which we need to be driving at the center of what we want to do. Yes, I think the issue of ECD pilot, I don't want to send. It's good to have, having taken sometimes the advantage where we kind of go through with programs blindfoldedly, you find that a lot of money get wasted. And now to drill back on the wasted money become problem. But to me, the question or the element which is the fast tracking the pilot, so that lesson learned, it should not be too long, the pilot. Do you see? There's nothing wrong in piloting. In actual fact, it's an ideal approach where you take lesson learned in terms of, but once the pilot is prolonged, it's then the problem of prolonging the problem, because it means those lessons are now going to take longer. It means others get affected. They wait too long in terms of the system. So to me, it's the issue of, call it project and program timelines, which need to go through in that kind of a piloting. You can't pilot for 2 years. I'm just saying it. You can pilot for 6 months, you can pilot for a year, and then take the lessons and then try to then build in as part of the source. I can't say they should not pilot, because I'm saying approaching, because they will tell you, then you said I must not pilot. I'm lacking capacity because I didn't even know what is actually there, the baseline. Therefore, it has led to resource, call it inefficiencies in terms of the system. And then, I think I'm more or less have covered. And then I think on the issues of numbers, Natraj, you can just talk in terms of the expenditure. Yes, of the expenditure, maybe over the years. You know, you spoke about provincial manager, the issue of 167, which we presented. Yes, 67. Yeah, I think it was 100 something the previous other years. Yeah. So we have the numbers into. And of course, they will always say, we know there's any reason for not spending on it, but still, it's not, to us, not spending is not something which we appreciate at all. Having money returned to us, you can go anywhere else, we don't appreciate. We don't pray to say that because resources are limited, therefore people should not spend the money. No. What we actually pray for is that people should spend the money in the year which is allocated. So that you know our advocacy. That's clear, nothing else in terms of that. Yes,
No, thank you. Good afternoon once again. Thank you, actually. Just to speak on the trends of overspending, underspending in the department. Yes, generally the department did underspend, but most of the underspending was on some goods and services items, etc. The recent years it was really on the sanitary program. But if you look at the social relief fund itself, there are 3 areas: the food parcels, the child and youth care centers, and the community nutrition and development centers. So the food parcel generally they have a budget of about 5.5 million, but they were actually spending everything. 1 year it was over by 56,000, underspending by 14,000, 25. So it's very minimal. The community nutrition development centers, here again, the budget is about 14 million, 14.3. The underspend about by 129,000. And the other year it was 452,000 and 140,000 underspending. Then the third one is the child and youth care centers. Here the budget is total of 43 million, but the underspending was in the region of about 2.3 million in 1 year. The other year it was 3.4 million. But the biggest underspending is coming from the 2 sets of youth centers. One is the state-owned facilities, and the other one is the NPOs. The NPOs are doing quite well. The marginal underspending by 900,000. It's only the state-owned ones is about 1.3 million underspending. But where the big problem was in the underspending was the COVID-19 social relief fund. So in 2021, we allocated 144 million to the department for that. So in that year of the COVID, they only spent about 6.5 million, 6.5, yeah. So about 138 was unspent. So in the following year, 21-22, they requested the balance of 134 for rollover, which we've granted them the rollover of 134. But during the year, the department wrote back to say, okay, let us surrender half of that to the revenue fund, about 67 million. So they surrendered back because of their procurement processes. They wanted to go through a bank. All of those advanced payments they wanted to work, give individual card, sort of a Sahrc card, where they could access it. But all that didn't work out because it was becoming too costly, because a lot of the funds that are meant for the actual social relief were going into the transaction costs. So in that year, 21-22, the department only spent 29 of the 67. So from 134, they surrendered half of 67. And from that 67, they only managed to spend about 29 million. So, and then the 37 to return. So that was in those 2 years where they really did not spend, they did not spend that money that was there just for the COVID-19 social relief. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. We are done on our side.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, HOD. Let me hand over to Commissioner Makwasha for her questions. And just a request, HOD, to just to respond directly to the question so that we can also manage the time. We appreciate, of course, the explanation, but if we can just manage by speaking directly to the question. Thank you so much. Over to you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Chair. Given the passion of the HOD, I feel that if I go into certain discussions, we may be here the whole day. And we need such leading our department so that we can have real honest conversations. And he said, even if I wanted to give them money from the goodness of my heart, the law says, and I'm a lawyer, so I appreciate that, and I love spending money. So I am very happy. He says the only time we are happy as churches is when people spend money. So I'm very happy, and I hope that people are watching. Those who say that I like spending money. So I would like to have this discussion. I think we'll take it a bit offline, but I think for me it is: does the provincial treasury have mechanisms for the public, to know how much is spent on nutrition interventions at provincial and district level? This would allow communities as well as those who are interested to hold government accountable. So if they are able to understand what is the budget process of it. And the other aspect is, we want to talk about what monitoring systems are in place within the provincial treasury to track whether departments are spending their nutrition-related allocations effectively, but also on time. I'll stop there because I fear that we're going to have a discussion, and because we're talking about budgets and it's my passion, we may just take a bit of time, and we're running a bit behind time. So I'm going to stop on those two questions and then hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Over to you, HOD, for those questions.
Okay. I think you can talk now. The issue of mechanism.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, HOD. Thank you, Commissioner. The first question: does PT have mechanism for transparency? Yes, we do. Firstly, as Provincial Treasury, we've got feedback letters that we write. We've got a weekly monitoring system where we draw our reports of expenditure from Vulindlela, and we communicate with the departments on a weekly basis. I must mention that you find that departments will shift funds from the relevant core items, and then we do communicate with them on a weekly basis because we draw that report every Monday. We also have a QPR report that we prepare on a quarterly basis where we focus exactly on the key performance areas of each department, and we share those reports with the department, and we also share them with National Treasury. And then recently we had the budget achievability hearings with all the service delivery departments, social development and health were part of those departments where we discussed the previous year performance and also the first quarter performance. So we do engage them regularly. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I don't want to start because if I start, you'll give me another 15 minutes.
Thank you so much, HOD and your colleagues. I just have a quick clarity-seeking question here on the presentation. On slide 5, one would be very interested to know what the figures are for the 2 previous financial years, 23, 24, 24, 25, just to do a more comparative analysis. If you can be able to just submit those for us, even if you don't read them now, but just a submission would be most helpful. But second to that, we would be interested in understanding the deviation. Are you able to explain the relationship between how much was spent and how much was deviated, and deviated to which programs, so that we can get a sense of how these funds are being utilized? For example, for the food parcels, you budgeted 9 million and you spent 1.2, and you deviated 7.5. So just a clarity on to which programs those funds were deviated to. That's the second one. So the first is just the figures for the past 2 financial years, and then the second is just the clarity. And then on slide 6, HOD, one would be interested in getting a sense of where the majority of the transfers are being spent. You've also mentioned and spoken passionately to this, that we've got a lot of land and we have these transfers being made, but they are being spent in spaza shops and other retailers. And this is an issue, this is something that we also take issue with as the Commission. We would be very interested to know if you can give us a sense of where the money is being spent. The position we seem to be taking is that if we are able to use the land and grow the food, then we don't have to go to the market to buy the food that we can be growing. Then we can use these funds for other programs where there is a resource need. So are you able to just give us a sense of where these monies are being spent, the transfers? So if you look at slide 6, for example, I'm talking to, this is 1.7 billion. Where are we spending the majority of these transfers on? And then one would be interested in the slide 6 and slide 7. In slide 6, we say that the percentage of compensation of employees out of the 1.8 billion is 1.3%. And then on slide 7, we say it's about 19%. Are we able to just explain the difference? So just those questions, HOD. Thank you so much.
No, let me first start with the one of deviation. It's just a term, say spending variance. At this moment, what is left? The money has not moved away from, not deviation in the sense of legal term deviation, moving money to somewhere else. It's just to say a difference of what has not been spent so far. We should have just said, unspent, yes, at this moment, because it's still going to be spent in any way, some part of it. So it's just the terminal. It's not that the money has moved to anywhere else in terms of the process. Then on the issues of transfers, these are transfers to schools, public schools in program 2. I'm not sure whether education has come through, because the people who can even, because they are the one, we are not transferred to schools. We are unable to even monitor what they spend on in terms of into it. It's an issue to say, can they relate? Because I don't want us to be, because to us the accuracy again would be to say I would come back with the information. I don't have systems to accurately reflect that it's the right number. But the people who transfer the money, which is education, should be able now to surface that information in the accurate. We can only verify whether it is accurate or not accurate. So I don't want to take that element as if I'm going to provide you an accurate figure, because to me it will be a third-hand information. You know, it's very dangerous to get a third-hand information because it would have gone through different manipulated and everything else. So those who create accountability in the system, which is education, should be able now to, we, on our side, we know it's on program 2, they transfer to the schools, but we said to them, because they should be audited, those schools, where they spend into accountability, which goes within the system. And I think that's why we created on our side the issue to say, how do we create the agricultural production process, which is the GPAP, which was spoken about. That's why initially in my introduction, to say if you do, it's an intended purpose of utilizing this feeding served to learners. You are directing now not only to that where they should be buying those kind of the food as part of the process. So I'm just saying it was a deliberate effort which we had to do, but yeah, the issue of where it goes into in terms of the numbers, unfortunately we don't have the systems, and that's why I'm telling you, so that you know then that I should not, I can provide you the report, but it will come with a disclaimer. To say I can't vouch for the numbers. But the people who can vouch the numbers, it is education, the one who transfers to the school, because they are the one who create accountability within the system. They verify the element which goes with it. So I think that's part. And then the other one, I think, now that you can come, the what's it?
The 2 years.
Oh, the 2 years. Yes, you want to, yeah. We did touch a little bit on the 2 years.
No, we have provided the report. It was on the March 2024.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So I'm not sure whether we must resubmit.
Yeah, maybe we can check through.
Yeah.
The first report.
March 2024.
Okay, I'm informed that that's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
When you can speak to the compensation of employees.
The compensation of employees, again, it's first of all, slide 6 is a reflection of the COE part of managing the National School Nutrition Program is 1.3% of managing. It's just to say that most of the money goes through for transfer to learners, for those kind of a process. So it goes directly for the learners, that is food security, whatever it is, it goes to be spent there. So the others you'll find at head office, there are those who manage the program. So it's just those people who are managing overall the program. It's 1.3% of the overall allocation of the school, because someone needs to monitor it in terms of, so it does allow, division of revenue does allow the element which goes with it. The following slide is just a reflection of an expenditure. It has, leave alone the 19% is 19%, 4.9 million of 26, yeah, it's 19%. So it has nothing to do now with horizontal or vertical in terms of it. It's just a matter that just, which is on that particular line. So overall, we're saying it's 25. So it's not overall allocation. Thank you.
That's quite clear, HOD. The 19% is the 19% of the 26, not of the overall figure. That makes sense. Thank you so much for those clarities. And thank you also for the figures for the 2 previous financial years. HOD and colleagues, we've come to the end of our engagements with you. Thank you so much for your time. We very much appreciate it, but we also appreciate the passion, which is quite clear in your presentations and the ways in which you speak to your work. We certainly agree with you that this is a problem that can be fixed if there's better coordination and communication across the department. Certainly, we do have the resources. Our challenge, and it's become clearer and clearer over these past 2 days, that the challenge is not resources. The challenge is how we coordinate the usage of the resources across the departments that are involved in this cycle. and responsible for ensuring that no child goes to bed hungry. So thank you very much for the presentation. If there is any other information that we require, we will send it to you in writing. And once again, thank you, as the PM has indicated, for always being in the forefront of responding to requests from the Commission. You may now be excused, HOD. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to the PM.
Thank you so much. We have now come to the end of our two-day subpoena hearing. And once again, we'd like to thank the Department of the Treasury, we'd like to thank the Department of Home Affairs, and we'd like to thank the Department of the Premier for their attendance and presentations today. I'm going to hand over to Commissioner Makwasha to then lead us in offering the closing remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chair of the subpoena here. I'll just start by thanking you for your leadership through the last 2 days. To thank our chairperson, Reverend Neeson, in his absence, to thank our provincial manager, Dr. Carter, and your team from the Human Rights Commission's Eastern Cape for the phenomenal work they've done in preparation, to thank our stakeholders that were here throughout, who understood that some of these deliberations took longer than necessary, but also for appreciating that they came here and despite the odds were very honest with the Commission. In the last 2 days, we heard testimony from the Department of Health, Department of Social Development, as well as Education, the Office of the Premier, Home Affairs, and the Provincial Treasury. Each came before us to account for their respective responses to the South African Human Rights Commission's recommendation. We note some progression in addressing malnutrition as a human rights violation affecting our children, yet the truth is familiar. We all have heard it. We heard about resource constraints. Treasury has gone further, stating that even the model to fight malnutrition needs to be investigated. We also need to be reminded that broader societal issues such as poverty, inequality, unemployment, fragile food systems continue to undermine food security and drive malnutrition in this province. The Department of Home Affairs has highlighted the challenges of low birth registration and false registrations of birth. These failures do not only distort population data, but also deny children legal identity, access to social service, and ultimately the protections guaranteed by our Constitution. Without a birth certificate, a child is invisible in every system designed to safeguard their rights. Let us be clear. Once again, we will repeat Section 28 that says it does not qualify a child's right to basic nutrition, shelter, healthcare, and social service on the basis of resource or administrative inefficiency. These rights are immediate, and the best interest of the child must be paramount in every matter concerning them. Resource shortages, unresolved models, or weak systems cannot excuse the death of even a single child when our supreme law commands otherwise. To grasp the weight of this failure, picture the N1, and I'm using the N1 highway because it goes to Limpopo, so I'm inviting you to go in that direction. Stretching from Cape Town through Johannesburg, ending in Limpopo. Imagine it covered edge to edge with 10 million tons of wasted food, rotting bread, sour milk, vegetables, meat crawling with flies. So much that traffic would stand still. This is what we waste. Even as children in this province die from hunger and others remain unregistered, unseen, and unprotected. 3 years after our report, we are told we've saved 9 lives. This is not a celebration. 9 children still died, from malnutrition. This means we need to do more. As we close with the principle that echoes both our Constitution and cultural wisdom, Banapili, which draws from Batopili. Banapili means we put our children first. And until we truly place children first, not in action, but through our actions, our work remains unfinished. So in closing, we say that thank you so much for being here, and thank you to the chairperson. I hand over to you to officially close.
Thank you, Commissioner Makwasha, and thank you to the PM of the South African Human Rights Commission in the Eastern Cape, and thank you to the staff members, all of the staff members of the South African Human Rights Commission in the Eastern Cape province. A job well done for the past 2 days, and thank you to all of the departments who have participated, including the Office of the Premier. This hearing is officially adjourned, and of course, thank you to the members of the media for ensuring that the rest of the nation also is able to have access to the information shared over the past 2 days. Thank you very much, everyone. The hearing is officially adjourned. Thank you so much.